Chapter 1. How it all started. 13.1.1. The beginning. 14.1.2. Various roles of a principal. 15. Chapter 2. Capacity enhancement. 22.1. CBSE training policy. 22.2. Stipulations for in-service training in CBSE affiliation bylaws. 22.2.3. CBSE Centers of Excellence, CBSE course. 24.2.4. Capacity building programs by CBSE. 24.2.5. Yearly training theme. 26.2.6. Inspection for affiliation, upgradation, extension to include inspection of mandatory trainings completed. 26.2.7. Online application for participation in the board's training programs. 27.2.8. Siksha Vani, the all-new CBSE podcast app. 28.2.9. Diksha. 28.2.10. Vidya Dan. 30. Chapter 3. To be and to-do list. 32.3.1. Leadership competencies. 33.3.1.1. Are you a leader or a boss? 33.3.1.2. Suggestive leadership competencies. 35.3.1.3. Self-evaluation framework for principal-staff relationship. 43.2. Administrative leadership aspect. 43.2.1. List of possible works to be done. 43.2.1.1. Learn about right to education. 41.3.2.1.2. Learn about right to information. 41.3.2.1.3. Learn about Code of Conduct for teaching and non-teaching staff. 41.3.2.1.4. Learn about Code of Conduct for students. 41.3.2.1.5. Learn about Supreme Court guidelines for school transport. 41.3.2.1.6. Learn about School Management Committee. 41.3.2.1.7. Learn about Provident Fund, ISI. 41.3.2.1.8. Learn about audits and surveillance. 41 Table of Contents 7. 3.2.1.9. Learn about evacuation procedures. 41.3.2.1.10. Learn about students' dossiers. 42.3.2.1.11. Learn about staff files. 42.3.2.1.12. Learn about documents pertaining to infrastructure. 42.3.2.1.13. Learn about safety and security. 42.3.2.1.14. Learn about school finances and accounting. 42.3.2.1.15. Learn about procurement procedures. 43.3.2.1.16. Learn about condemnation guidelines. 43.3.2.1.17. Learn about interacting with CBSE, local officials for official purposes. 43.3.2.1.18. Learn about teachers' qualifications. 43.3.2.1.19. Learn about use of technology for educational planning, governance and teaching and learning. 43.3.2.1.20. Learn about textbooks management as per CBSE affiliation bylaws. 43.3.2.1.21. Learn about promotion of environmental conservation and awareness. 43. Chapter 4. Transforming the learning environment. 45.4.1. Recent qualitative initiatives by CBSE. 46 4.2. Making schools joyful places. 49 4.2.1. Making schools anger-free, no anger zones. 54.2.2. Experiential learning. 51 4.2.2.1. Meaning. 51 4.2.2.2. Experiential learning, key components. 52 4.2.2.3. Experiential learning cycle. 52 4.2.2.4. Stages of experiential learning. 53 4.3. Art integrated learning. 53 4.3.1. Necessity of art integrated learning. 54 4.4. Joyful classrooms. 55 4.5. Integrating life skills. 56 4.5.1. Key growth and human development periods. 57 4.5.2. Life skills for early childhood. 57 4.5.3. The most important life skills for children to learn. 58 4.5.4. Life skills for adolescents. 58 4.6. The 21st century skills. 59 4.6.1. Critical thinking. 64.6.2. Problem solving. 64.6.3. Creativity and innovation. 64.6.4. Communication and collaboration. 64.6.5. Career and life skills. 68 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 4.6.6. Digital and media literacy. 61 4.6.7. Leadership and responsibility. 61. Chapter 5, focusing upon the competencies. 62 5.1. Meaning of competency. 63 5.2. Competency-based learning, CBL. 63 5.3. Components of competency-based learning. 64 5.3.1. Concepts adjoining CBL. 65 5.4. CBL, features and processes. 65 5.5. Competency and its elements. 66 5.5.1. Students advance upon demonstrated mastery. 66 5.5.1.1. Personalized learning pathways for developing students' competency. 66 5.5.1.1.1. What are personalized learning pathways, PLPs? 66 5.5.1.1.2. Features of personalized learning pathways. 67 5.5.1.1.3. PLP as a feedback mechanism. 67 5.5.1.1.4. PLP cycle. 68 5.5.2. Competencies include explicit, measurable, transferable learning objectives that empower students. 68 5.5.3. Assessment is meaningful and a positive learning experience for students. 69 5.5.4. Students develop and apply a broad set of skills and dispositions. 69 5.5.5. Learning outcomes emphasize competencies of application and creation of knowledge, along with other necessary skills and behaviors. 69 5.5.6. Holistic approach. 69 5.5.7. Sustainable learning. 75.6. Competency-based education and learning outcomes. 75.6.1. Difference between a competency and a learning objective. 75.7. Implementation of CBE. 71.5.7.1. Some points to remember. 72.5.8. Suggestive actions for principals to ensure implementation of CBE in schools. 75.5.9. CBSE and CBE. 76. Chapter 6, Pedagogical Planning. 78.6.1. NCF on how children learn. 79.6.2. NCF on effective learning environment. 79.6.3. Designing learning experiences. 81.6.4. Pedagogical plans. 81.6.5. Planning a pedagogical plan. 82 Table of Contents 9. Chapter 7, Making Schools Inclusive. 89.7.1. Integration in vision and mission of the school. 91.7.2. Orientation, interaction and liaising with all stakeholders. 91.7.3. Empowering teachers. 92.7.3.1. Some strategies and techniques for principals for inclusion are. 92.7.3.2. Suggestive checklist for inclusive schools. 92.7.4. Modification in curriculum planning, teaching methodology and assessment. 94.7.4.1. Curriculum planning. 94.7.4.1.1. Indicators. 94.7.4.2. Teaching methodology. 95.7.4.2.1. Classroom practices and instructional practices. 95.7.4.3. Behavior modification. 96.7.4.3.1. Managing commonly observed behavior problems. 96.7.5. Different ways of assessment. 98.7.6. High 5 learning strategy. 98.7.6.1. Sports and children with special needs. 99.7.6.1.1. Benefits of sports. 99.7.6.2. Role of visual art. 99.7.6.3. Storytelling using puppets will be more interesting and interactive. 107.6.4. Role of music. 107.6.5. Role of dramatics. 107.7. Accommodation in classroom, playground, subject enrichment program. 101.7.7.1. Room accommodations. 102.7.7.2. Teacher accommodations. 102.7.8. A shadow teacher, fortifying lives from behind. 102.7.8.1. The student benefits from the shadow teacher because. 102.7.9. Parent as partner, helps students to emerge as confident individuals. 103. Chapter 8, Collaboration Counts, Hubs of Learning. 105.8.1. What are hubs of learning? 106.8.2. Mission of hubs. 106.8.3. What is the need for collaboration through hubs? 106.8.4. Need for hubs of learning. 107.8.5. Objectives of hubs. 108.8.6. Hubs of learning with Sahodhyaas. 108.8.7. If you are a lead collaborator. 109.8.8. As a hub member, you will 109.8.9. How to know your hub? 110.8.10. How to inject energy for this initiative in your school? 111.8.10.1. At your schools. 111.8.10.2. At the hub level. 111.10 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Chapter 9. What CBSE expects from US. 114.9.1. Academic expectations. 115.9.1.1. Subjects at secondary level. 115.9.1.2. Subjects at senior secondary level. 117.9.1.3. Books. 121.9.1.4. Expectations of CBSE. 122.9.2. Examinations. 124.9.2.1. Sample papers. 124.9.2.1.1. Marking scheme. 124.9.2.2. Conduct of board examination. 124.9.2.3. Expectations of CBSE. 125.9.3. Skill education. 127.9.4. CBSE competitions. 128.9.5. Capacity building programs. 129.9.6. Environment conservation. 132.9.7. Affiliation. 132.9.8. School website. 133. Chapter 10. If you fail to prepare, be prepared to fail. 136.10.1. Creating a school disaster management plan. 137.10.1.1. School should have the following. 137.10.2. School disaster management teams, committees. 138.10.2.1. Members. 139.10.2.2. Before and during the disaster. 139.10.2.2.1. After disaster. 139.10.3. Creating a disaster response group. 139.10.3.1. Evacuation team members. 139.10.3.1.1. Before a disaster. 139.10.3.1.2. During a disaster. 139.10.3.1.3. After a disaster. 139.10.4. Search and rescue team. 140.10.4.1. Members. 140.10.4.2. Before a disaster. 140.10.4.3. During a disaster. 140.10.4.4. After a disaster. 140.10.5. First aid team. 140.10.5.1. Members. 140.10.5.2. Before a disaster. 140.10.5.3. During a disaster. 140.10.5.4. After a disaster. 141 Table of Contents 11. 10.6. Fire safety team. 141.10.6.1. Members. 141 10.6.2. Before a disaster. 141 10.6.3. During a disaster. 141 10.6.4. After a disaster. 141 10.7. Site security team. 141 10.7.1. Members. 141 10.7.2. Before a disaster. 141 10.7.3. During a disaster. 142 10.7.4. After a disaster. 142 10.8. Bus safety team, for each bus. 142 10.8.1. Members. 142 10.8.2. Before a disaster. 142 10.8.3. During a disaster. 142 10.8.4. After a disaster. 142 10.9. Hornblower Supreme Court Guidelines. 142 10.10. Directions of the Supreme Court for School Bus. 143. Chapter 11. IT Initiatives by CBSE. 145. Chapter 12. CBSE School Quality Assessment and Assurance, SQAA. 152 12.1. Introduction. 153 12.2. Vision of SQAA. 153 12.3. Benefits of SQAA. 153 12.4. Eligibility for SQAA process. 153 12.5. Framework of SQAA. 153 12.6. Process of School Quality Assessment and Assurance. 154 12.7. Self-assessment. 155 12.8. Domains and subdomains of SQAA. 155 12.9. Action to be taken by schools. 158. Chapter 13, Self-Evaluation Framework. 159 12 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. About this handbook. After getting affiliated to CBSE, it is the principal of a school who takes lead in all matters pertaining to his/her school. Principals who are new to CBSE are sure to have several queries about the system. We shall unravel the day-to-day areas of work and answer many queries related to the professional lives of CBSE school principals in this handbook, through the fascinating journey of learning and absorbing of Shri Sambhav Singh Rathore. This handbook has been prepared in a manner unlike the style of usual handbooks. There is a reason behind that. We want to generate your curiosity at every step, so that you too learn and absorb from end to end, like Shri Rathore. Hope you enjoy your journey, just as much as he did. From the following illustration, you will have an idea what a principal, that is you, means for a student, how it all started. Chapter 114 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. When a parent of a cute kid demands that he wants to see you immediately, it may not always be good news. Especially, if you are the principal of the school where the cute kid is a student. But it surely is an exercise in understanding, patience and problem solving. If you are a principal of a school and are reading this handbook with the same approach, go ahead. But if you believe that all good things come in small packages that are unwrappable in 2 minutes, then let me alert you, this is the exception to your rule. My name is Sambhav Singh Rathore 1. For the last 3 years, I have been working as the principal of the new academy in Bhilwara, Rajasthan. I shall take you down the several twists and turns of my memory lane, by sharing my journey as a principal of a CBSE school. In this handbook, I have used a few boxes which are titled as below. 1. We the principals, these are tips and learnings only for principals. 2. All in the family, learnings and tips for everyone else in a school. 3. All aboard, learnings and tips for all principals and everyone in a school. 4. 6 honest men, these are my queries based on Rudyard Kipling's poem, I keep 6 honest serving men. I keep 6 honest serving men, they taught me all I knew, their names are what and why and when and how and where and who. 1. The name and place of the person and school are fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental. 6 honest men, what is the knowledge that I must be armed with on being appointed as a principal? 5. Answering the bell. Here I try to resolve some of your anticipated queries and sometimes also come out with some interesting tidbits. 1.1. The beginning. I began my career as a PGT, and worked for a long time in a well-established CBSE school. As a teacher, I was fairly aware of my roles and responsibilities, and was ever willing to learn more to be a better teacher. After teaching for 8 years at a stretch, I got an opportunity to be appointed as the principal of a newly opened school. The management of the school aimed to get the school affiliated to the Central Board of Secondary Education. I joined and spent my initial days groping in the dark. I had no ideas on how to even begin this work. I was flooded with thoughts of regret for having left the much more comfortable job of a teacher. While in academics, I did not have any administrative and leadership issues. This was something very new. Chapter 1. How it all started? 15. 1.2. Various roles of a principal. A school that is known for its quality, joyful classrooms and standards of education definitely has a focused, committed and dynamic principal, who knows how to handle anticipated situations, and has the resilience to handle the unanticipated too with the help of all resources at her command. Well, let me be honest. Getting a new school affiliated was completely unanticipated by me, and had it not been for the affiliation bylaws, I would have been fired by now. Answering the bell. My academic experience of researching resource material for my students gave me my first opening to an understanding of what was required of me as a principal to a school that was wanting to get affiliated to CBSE. I started researching and surfing through the CBSE website www.cbse.nic.in. I went to the link, Affiliation, and came across the CBSE Affiliation Bylaws 2018. Chapter 9 of the CBSE Affiliation Bylaws states the roles and responsibilities of the head of school. Let us have a look at some of the important provisions. For more details you will have to do extra homework. Various roles of a principal. A school that is known for its quality, joyful classrooms and standards of education definitely has a focused, committed and dynamic principal, who knows how to handle anticipated situations, and has the resilience to handle the unanticipated too with the help of all resources at her command. Well, let me be honest. Getting a new school affiliated was completely unanticipated by me, and had it not been for the affiliation bylaws, I would. Chapter 9 of the CBSE Affiliation Bylaws states the roles and responsibilities of the head of school. Let us have a look at some of the important provisions. For more details you will have to do extra homework and read the Chapter 9 of Affiliation Bylaws, 2018 for yourself. In the table below, the section entitled, Domain is the inference I have drawn after studying the provisions. 16. In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Head of the school. Clause Provision Domain. 9.2.1 Head of the school, principal will be the ex officio member secretary of the school management committee. Administrative. 9.2.2 will function as the head of the office of the school under his charge and carry out all academic and administrative duties required of a head of the educational institute. Administrative. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.3 will ensure that all provisions of the affiliation and examination bylaws and all directions given by CBSE from time to time are strictly complied with. Administrative. 9.2.4b The drawing and disbursing officer for the employees of the school. However, in the case of an unaided school, he may perform only such function as drawing and disbursing officer as may be specified in the instructions issued by the society. Financial controller. 9.2.5 Be responsible for the proper maintenance of accounts of the school, school records, service books of teachers, and such other registers, returns and statistics as may be specified by the society, board. Administrative. 9.2.6 Handle official correspondence relating to the school and furnish, within the specified dates, the returns and information required by the state government, board. Administrative. 9.2.7 Make purchases of stores and other materials required for the school in accordance with the rules governing such purchases and enter all such stores in the stock register and shall scrutinize the bills and make payments. Financial controller. 9.2.8 Conduct physical verification of school property and stock at least once a year and ensure the maintenance of stock registers neatly and accurately. Administrative Chapter 1. How it all started. 17. 9.2.9 Be responsible for proper utilization of the pupils' fund. Financial controller. 9.2.10 Make satisfactory arrangements for the supply of good drinking water and provide other facilities for the pupils and ensure that the school building, its fixtures and furniture, office equipment, lavatories, playgrounds, school garden and other properties are properly and carefully maintained. Administrative. 9.2.11 Supervise, guide and control the work of the teaching and non-teaching staff of the school. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.12 Be in charge of admission in the school, preparation of school timetable, allocation of duties and teaching load to the teachers, and shall provide necessary facilities to the teachers for the discharge of their duties and conduct of school examination in accordance with the instructions issued by the government, board from time to time. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.13 Plan the year's academic work in advance in consultation with her colleagues and whole staff meeting at least once a month, review the work done during the month and assess the progress of the pupils. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.14 Help and guide the teachers to promote their professional growth and actively encourage their participation in courses designed for in-service education. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.15 Promote the initiative of the teachers for self-improvement and encourage them to undertake pedagogical and other innovations which are educationally sound. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.16 Supervise classroom teaching and secure cooperation and coordination amongst teachers of the same subject areas as well as inter-subject coordination. Pedagogical leadership. 18 In pursuit of excellence, a handbook for principals. 9.2.17 Arrange for special remedial teaching of the children belonging to the weaker sections of the community, also of other children who need such remedial teaching. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.18 Arrange for informal and non-classroom teaching. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.19 Plan and specify a regular timetable for the scrutiny of pupils' written work and home assignment and ensure that the assessment and corrections are carried out timely and effectively. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.20 Make necessary arrangements for organizing special instructions for the pupils according to their needs. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.21 Organize and coordinate various co-curricular activities through the house system or in such other effective ways as he may think fit. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.22 Develop and organize the library resources and reading facilities in the school and ensure that the pupils and teachers have access to and use of books and journals of established value and usefulness. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.23 Send regularly the progress reports of the students to their parents or guardians. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.24 Promote the physical well-being of the pupils, ensure a high standard of cleanliness and health habits, and arrange periodical medical examinations of the students and send medical reports to parents or guardians. Pedagogical leadership and administrative. 9.2.25 Devote at least one period per day to teaching of the pupils. Pedagogical leadership. 9.2.26 Be responsible for sending teachers for the evaluation of answer scripts in respect of board's examinations and other duties related to academics, training and conduct of examinations as per requirements of the board from time to time. Pedagogical leadership and administrative Chapter 1. How it all started? 19. From the details given above, you will agree that the roles and responsibilities of a principal can be broadly categorized into three main domains as follows. 9.2.27 The principal, head of the school shall not refuse any duty assigned by the board in connection with the conduct of examinations, evaluation of answer scripts, result processing and other ancillary activities. The principal, head of the school shall act as a center superintendent whenever and wherever appointed by the board and shall not delegate his authority, duties and responsibilities to any other person under any circumstances. Administrative capacity enhancement. Chapter 2 Capacity Enhancement 21. CBSE has its affiliated schools located all across the country as well as abroad. But I realized that whether it is a city or a town, urban or rural school, in India or abroad, the only thing that could help new principals like me was systematic capacity building programs, which I could undertake in my school or take outside help. Once again CBSE came to my help, in the form of its training policy through CBSE Centers of Excellence, COEs. I could. 6 honest men. All aboard. The numbers of CBSE affiliated schools in India are 22,535. Central Government. Schools. O Kendriya Vidyalayas 1138. O Navodaya Vidyalayas 596, and O Central Tibetan Schools 14. I had the requisite experience and academic qualifications. I wanted to upgrade and update myself professionally. But, how, to and, where, from? Several CBSE schools are also located in smaller cities like mine. State government. Schools, both grant in aid and aided schools, 2,737. Private schools 17,818. Schools located outside India 232. The CBSE affiliated schools have 11.47 lakhs teachers and 1.97 crores students. All figures are as on 15.12.19. Update myself professionally not only in general areas but also in subject-specific requirements. Allow me to show you some of the details of the training policy of CBSE and the various formats that the board uses for its outreach to us. In 2018, CBSE has formulated a teachers' training policy, which is incorporated in its affiliation bylaws. All in the family. This training policy is to be followed by all principals, for themselves as well as for the teachers working in their school. 22 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 2.1 CBSE Training Policy. The CBSE has established centers of excellence throughout the country to cater to training needs of all its affiliated schools, particularly the independent schools, as they are not able to participate in programs of the state, central government institutes. Those schools run by various state and central government agencies like State Board, KVS, JNV, etc. are catered through SCERTs, diets and respective training units for organizing capacity building programs. The board is open to offering them to the board's training programs, modules, resources, etc. In compliance to the provisions of NCF and RTE 2009, CBSE has amended its affiliation bylaws, which in addition to making a minimum of 5 days of in-service training programs per year of teachers mandatory, Chapter 16 of the affiliation bylaws stipulates further that every school shall remit to the CBSE such fee for training of teachers and principals at the CBSE Centers of Excellence as prescribed by the board from time to time, Clause 16.4.2 of the affiliation bylaws. 2.2. Stipulations for in-service training in CBSE affiliation bylaws. For more details, please see Chapter 16 of Affiliation Bylaws, 2018. Clause provisions of the affiliation bylaws. 16.1 Annual mandatory training. Every affiliated school will arrange for the following training programs every year for all its teachers. 16.1.1 Every school shall organize 3 days in-house training program for every teacher at the school level. 16.1.2 Every school should organize at least 2 days training program for its teachers, preferably in association with the Centers of Excellence, COE, of the board or through any teachers training institute recognized by the center, UT, state, regional teachers training institutions, ACBSE Sahode School Complex or through center, state IT training platforms such as Diksha or Swayam etc. The school can also arrange this training with the help of established teachers training institutions. Chapter 2, Capacity Enhancement 23. 16.1.3 Every school should organize at least 2 days training program for its principal, preferably in association with the Centers of Excellence, COE, of the board or through any teachers training institute recognized by the center, UT, state, regional teachers training institutions, ACBSE Sahode School Complex or through center, state IT training platforms such as Diksha or Swayam etc. The school can also arrange this training with the help of established teachers training institutions. 16.2 Triennial mandatory trainings. In addition to provisions of Clause 16.1, every school for its entire teaching staff shall organize full-time training program of not less than 5 days, at least once in 3 years. Such training program may be organized by the school, preferably in association with the COEs of the board or through any teachers training institute recognized by the center, UT, state, regional teachers training institutions, ACBSE Sahode School Complex. School can also arrange this training with the help of established training institutions. 16.3 Documenting the training. The entire training program as specified in clauses 16.1 to 16.2 and sub-clauses thereto shall be properly videographed and documented, including training participation certificates of teachers, and the records be preserved and produced during the time of affiliation, upgradation, extension etc. or during inspection or as and when required by the board for verification. 16.4 Training budget. 16.4.1 Every school shall earmark an adequate budget for training of teachers, principals. 16.4.2 Every school shall remit to the CBSE such fee for training of teachers, principals at the CBSE training centers as prescribed by the board from time to time. 16.5 Board may consider the request of foreign schools to conduct training in the school by deputing a resource person, subject to the condition that the cost and expenses of the training and trainer will be borne by the school. 24. In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. We the Principals. 2.3. CBSE Centers of Excellence, CBSE COEs. The CBSE Centers of Excellence, COEs, look after the training requirements of all its affiliated schools, but primarily the schools under the independent or private category. These Centers of Excellence, COEs, have been co-located with the regional offices of CBSE. 2.4. Capacity Building Programs by CBSE. The board conducts the following types of training programs for schools. We the Principals. 2.4.1. Mandatory induction programs by COEs for school management representative, and principals of all freshly affiliated schools, switch-over schools, upgraded schools and schools obtaining extension of affiliation. It is the responsibility of every principal of a school affiliated to CBSE to arrange for the following training programs every year for its teachers. 3 days in-house training program at the school level. At least 2 days training program preferably in association with the Centers of Excellence, COE, of the board. Full-time training program of not less than 5 days, at least once in 3 years. All aboard. For latest details, please access the training portal at web links. 2.4.2. Mandatory training programs by COEs for all school principals regarding the stated theme of training for the year to augment their leadership effectiveness. Chapter 2, Capacity Enhancement 25. 2.4.3. Mandatory workshops, modules on conduct of examination and evaluation are conducted by the board for concerned stakeholders, before the start of annual board examinations. 2.4.4. The following training programs are offered for general training and can be exclusively undertaken for particular schools' teachers, if adequate number of participants are available. 2.4.4.1. General Capacity Building Programs, 1 half days. I. Life Skills. 2. Gender Sensitivity. 3. Value Education. IV. Remodel Structure of Assessment for Secondary Classes. V. Health and Physical Education. V. Upholding Integrity and Ethics. 7. Inclusion and Inclusive Strategies. 8. Classroom Management. IX. Career Guidance. 2.4.4.2. Subject-Specific Capacity Building Programs, 2 days. I. Competence Building in Mathematics Class 10. 2. Competence Building in Social Science Class 10. 3. Competence Building in Science Class 10. IV. Competence Building in English Class 10. V. Competence Building in Hindi Class 10. V. Competence Building in English Core Class 1226 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 2.5. Yearly Training Theme. With effect from the session 2019-20, the board declares an annual theme for training. This theme is a part of the board's mandatory training programs. It is also expected from the school principals that all aboard. Theme for 2019-20, Innovative Pedagogy including experiential learning and active learning. 7. Competence Building in Business Studies Class 12. 8. Competence Building in History Class 12. IX. Competence Building in Accountancy Class 12. X. Competence Building in Political Science Class 12. 11. Competence Building in Physics Class 12. 12. Competence Building in Economics Class 12. They shall also organize in-service training for their teachers on the yearly theme in the same year, to ensure that the teachers acquire the requisite expertise of the theme in a timely manner. Theme for 2020-21, Competency-Based Education and Assessment. 2.6. Inspection for affiliation, upgradation, extension to include inspection of mandatory trainings completed. The mandatory training policy as laid down in the affiliation bylaws of the board is expected to be followed by all schools. Schools are expected to maintain records, documentation of training conducted for its teachers by the school, and training programs attended by the teachers, whether in online, offline, or blended formats. During the aforementioned inspection, these records, documents, evidence shall also be scrutinized to ensure that there is no violation of the affiliation bylaws as stated above. Chapter 2, Capacity Enhancement 27. All aboard. Schools are expected to maintain records, documentation of training conducted for its teachers by the school, and training programs attended by the teachers, whether in online, offline, or blended formats. 2.7. Online application for participation in the board's training programs. CBSE has launched the CBSE training portal for smooth participation by interested educators and for conduct of various training programs for schools. Salient features of this portal are: teachers as well as schools can submit online application and register for attending, organizing training programs, facility of selecting program and venue as per convenience, online fee submission, handy list of all upcoming training programs, online feedback, online certificate generation 28 in pursuit of excellence, a handbook for principals. 2.8. Siksha Vani, the all-new CBSE podcast app. All aboard. The Central Board of Secondary Education has launched a podcast app, Siksha Vani, to broadcast vital information to students and parents promptly. Siksha Vani is initiated to keep students, parents and teachers updated about the latest news and events of the CBSE. The podcast is bound to boost transparency in the system, in turn, increasing efficiency. The app, Siksha Vani, is at present available on the Google Play Store for downloading. All aboard. Diksha's features can be used to create in-class resources, teacher training content, assessment aids. 2.9. Diksha. Diksha is an online platform by the Government of India. A unique initiative which leverages existing highly scalable and flexible digital infrastructures, while keeping teachers at the center. It is built considering the whole teacher's life cycle, from the time student teachers enroll in teacher education institutes, TEIs, to after they retire as teachers. In India, many teachers are creating and using innovative tech-based solutions in their classrooms. Some state governments have also initiated programs to support their teachers digitally. Therefore, MHRD, CBSE, NCERT, SCERTs and NCTE have coordinated these efforts at a national level and have built Diksha. Teacher Profile. News and Announcement. Teacher Community Chapter 2, Capacity Enhancement 29. All aboard. For details, download app named Diksha, National Teachers Platform for India from Android Play Store. What does the platform provide? It provides teaching resources such as lesson plans, concept videos, worksheets, all mapped to curriculum, student-friendly resources, such as assessment items, concept maps, explanation videos, etc., teacher training courses, example, training on learning outcomes, CCE, etc. Teachers can access this material offline on their smartphones, tablets and other devices anytime and anywhere. How to use Diksha? Visit Diksha website. www.diksha.gov. In. Create login ID password as per the procedure given. Select board. Select class. Select medium. Select subject. Use resources available on Diksha 30 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. All aboard. Diksha popularity statistics by January 2020. Diksha has 107 million plus scans, 205 million plus minutes playtime, 95 million plus content play. All aboard. Each chapter in Vidyadan portal contains the following types of content resources to aid learning. 1. Learning outcomes, to help your teachers understand the learning objectives of the lesson. 2. Focus spots, highlighting some of the key concepts within a chapter. 3. Lesson plans, enable your teachers to plan the flow of their classes. 4. Explanation content, to help you understand concepts better. 5. Question bank, for you, sets of question and answers to enable more practice in schools and at home. 6. PDFs of NCERT textbooks. 7. Marking scheme rubrics for all subjects, only for class 10, 8. Experiential content *, activity-based learning and application of concepts. 9. Curiosity questions *, create curiosity amongst the students before beginning a topic. To know more, watch brief film at link web links 6 QIFKW78 Zoom and feature equals YouTube. B. 2.10. Vidyadan. CBSE conceptualized Vidyadan, a program based on sourcing of content from teachers and meant to synergize countrywide developments in education, by providing schools and teachers a space to share their best practices and content with the entire nation. As a part of Vidyadan, several CBSE schools have prepared and donated their content to CBSE for putting on public domain for the larger good of school education. Initially, the board has curated content from some CBSE schools and pooled it for classes V2X for English, Hindi, Maths, Science and Social Science subjects. The content has been systematically organized as per NCERT syllabus for the above-mentioned classes and subjects. Chapter 2, Capacity Enhancement 31. And for those who walk among us in the belief that trainings are a waste of time, here is a sum total of what our peer group have to say. CBSE trainings. Keep us updated. Hone our skills to handle real-life situations. Enable peer interaction and learning from each other. Expand the horizons of our thinking to be and to-do list. Chapter 3 To be and to-do list 33. Now that I was secure in the knowledge that professional development and capacity. 6 honest men. Am I a good leader? How do I know if I have the desired competencies of a good leader? How do I acquire them, if I don't? Building is a smooth task in CBSE. I moved on to my next task, that of building a team. 3.1. Leadership competencies. Simply speaking, leadership means leading a group of people or an organization. It is often said that one may be a born leader, but leadership is a skill that is acquired, developed and honed over time. 3.1.1. Are you a leader or a boss? Principals are also termed as school leaders. School principals can be soaked in power, bossism, my way is the only way style of functioning, or they can be school leaders. The following images demarcate the differences between a leader and a boss. Identify who you are. Web links. Com accessed on the 22nd of November 2019, 34 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Difference is clear. Chapter 3, To be and to-do list 35. I decided that I would prefer to be a leader than a boss. However, due to the overwhelming load of work, playing various roles, as an administrator, pedagogical leader, leading by example, etc., was not easy initially. Once again, research and training helped me. Preparing a list of competencies that are desirable in a leader in the form of a checklist and adopting the same in my real life helped me. I trained myself to be positive and I began to build a motivated team to work with. The team comprised the vice principal, teachers, administrative staff, support staff and transport staff. I am sharing here the list too that I have tried to crowdsource and compile in this entire section, only as a gentle suggestion and reference for you. 3.1.2 Suggestive Leadership Competencies. 2. Alert Logic. CA. HBR. Org 3 Talent Factor. NL. Connecting with the world other than the school. A leader has broad mindset, develops strategies, is effective in interpersonal communication, gathers and assimilates information, initiates tasks with planning, champions change. Inspiring and motivating. A leader connects and empathizes with others, sets goals, has lucid vision, communicates effectively, develops others, collaborates, believes in and practices teamwork. Nurtures innovation, is a strong role model. 36 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Technical, professional expertise. A leader resolves issues, develops relationships, communicates effectively, strives for excellence, takes initiative, builds competencies in others, is honest and full of integrity, puts team's interest first. Self-development. A leader listens intently, is open to ideas, respects others, gives feedback for development, is ready to take challenge. Chapter 3, To Be and To-Do List. 37. Establish goals. A leader ready to take risks, develops strategy, plans effectively, gains the support of others, is decisive, has technical and business expertise, targets results. Collaboration. A leader is trustworthy, develops relationships, believes in and carries on inclusion and values diversity, adapts to change, inspires and motivates others, develops others. 38 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Resolves issues. A leader is organized and good at planning, is decisive, innovates, is always ready to tackle challenges, acts independently as well as jointly, has technical expertise, communicates powerfully and broadly, communicates powerfully and positively. A leader inspires and motivates others, develops strategic perspective, establishes goals, deals effectively with challenges, involves others, translates messages for clarity, solves problems and analyzes issues. Chapter 3, To Be and To-Do List. 39. Champions change. A leader innovates, focuses on results, is willing to take risks and challenge the status quo. Innovates. A leader takes initiatives and planned risks, supports others in taking planned risks and accepting challenges, solves problems, brings conducive changes, learns from success and failure. 40 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. We the principals, as I analyzed the multiple roles of a principal as stated in the CBSE affiliation bylaws, and categorized them into 3 domains, it led me towards further research on each of these domains. I also undertook self-evaluation on these domains as well as few other connected ones. Do I have awareness of their needs? Know the requirements of training of the staff? Ensure they build their self-esteem and confidence? Provide avenues of growth? Fulfill reasonable needs of staff? Make for a comfortable working space? Implement schemes and policies for their welfare? Implements policies to promote growth and development? Create a happy pool of teachers? Have awareness of medical and personal issues of the staff? Create a safe and joyful working space? Build respect for the non-teaching staff and create an empowered group? 3.2 Administrative Leadership Aspect 3.2.1 List of possible works to be done. I have also prepared a to-do list. According to me, a principal, school leader must be aware of the following administrative responsibilities. It's possible that your list may be smaller or longer than this, or could even be completely different. Whatever be the case, do indulge me here, as I have prepared this list in consultation with very experienced principals. 3.1.3 Self-Evaluation Framework for Principal-Staff Relationship, Chapter 3, To Be and To-Do List 41. 3.2.1.1 Learn about Right to Education, RTE Act and appropriate government's RTE rules. Prevalent National Curriculum Framework, National Education Policy, Admission and Promotion Policies for Students, Disciplinary Procedures, Fee Structures. EWS Guidelines, Safe Environment for Learners. Inclusion 3.2.1.2 Learn about Right to Information, Adherence to RTI Act and Guidelines. 3.2.1.3 Learn about Code of Conduct for Teaching and Non-Teaching Staff, Recruitment Policy, Rights and Responsibilities, Leave and Promotion Procedures, Information regarding Inclusive Education. Do's and don'ts within school, Safety of Students, Annual Appraisals and Documentation. 3.2.1.4 Learn about Code of Conduct for Students, Adherence to Discipline Policy of School, Respect for Uniform, School Rules, Staff, School Property, etc. Submission of assignments, homework penalties for misconduct, regularity and punctuality. 3.2.1.5 Learn about Supreme Court Guidelines for School Transport, Transport Protocol, ensuring vendors adhere to RTO guidelines. Police verification and POCSO of Transport Department, documentation related to vending, taxes, insurance, bus fitment certificate. 3.2.1.6 Learn about School Management Committee, Constitution of SMC as per CBSE affiliation bylaws, roles and responsibilities of members, election and nomination process, recording minutes of the meeting. 3.2.1.7 Learn about Provident Fund, SE, ensuring remittance as per norms, withdrawal and transfer procedure of PF. 3.2.1.8 Learn about audits and surveillance. Conduct of internal and external audits, ISO, CBSE, accounts date. Pertaining to finances. Pedagogy documentation, safety, vigilance, salaries, etc. 3.2.1.9 Learn about evacuation procedures, devising evacuation plan and conducting drills regularly. ensuring entry and exits in buildings are free and flowing. Emergency protocol for all heads pertaining to medical, earthquake, 42 in pursuit of excellence. Principles. Fire, terrorists, etc. Important contacts in case of disaster. 3.2.1.10 Learn about students' dossiers, all records in hard and soft copy for each student separately, documents to be filed in dossiers, admission form, date of birth certificate, parents' residence proof, and the takings, vaccination chart, SC, ST, EWS proof, every year's report card copy, transfer certificates. Achievements record of students, indiscipline records, absenteeism, bullying, cheating, bringing costly gadgets or cash to school, improper uniform, disrespect to teachers or school property, etc. Annual health checkups and fitness records as per Para 14.6 of Affiliation Bylaws and other CBSE circulars. 3.2.1.11 Learn about staff files. Recruitment form, copies of Aadhaar card, residence proof, date of birth, qualifications, experience certificates, NOC, reference letters, medical fitness, copies of participation in workshops, seminars, conferences, police verification proof and POCSO affidavit, annual leave record of L, CL, maternity or paternity leave or on-duty leave, annual appraisal form, classroom teaching observation reports by heads, advisory, memo, warning, office order copy. 3.2.1.12 Learn about documents pertaining to infrastructure, procuring and maintaining documents pertaining to land deeds, building plan, NOC from state government. Regular updating of water potability, health, fire, sanitation certificates, 24/7 electric supply, compliance with Para 14.15 regarding facilitation of disabled students. 3.2.1.13 Learn about safety and security, maintenance of Pakka boundary wall, maintenance of CCTV camera and surveillance room, ensuring construction work is not safety hazards for students, police verification of all employees in the school, maintenance of firefighting systems and replacement of fire cylinders annually. Vector control management systems, fogging, pest control, ensuring clean and regular drinking water at all times and annual cleaning of overhead storage tanks plus AMC of water coolers, cyber safety guidelines. 3.2.1.14 Learn about school finances and accounting, fee structure as per state and central guidelines, income expenditure budgeting annually, vending and tendering process, reconciliation with bank, planned and unplanned expenditure details Chapter 3, to be and to-do list 43. 3.2.1.15 Learn about procurement procedures. Furniture and fixtures, sports equipment and goods, electrical, carpentry and plumbing, computer software and hardware, stationery, art and craft, books, journals and magazines, sanitation items, maintenance of stock registers and entry ledgers, maintaining stocks, consumable and non-consumable. 3.2.1.16 Learn about condemnation guidelines, constituting annual condemnation board of each department, disposing and repair of items as per SOP. 3.2.1.17 Learn about interacting with CBSE, local officials for official purposes, submitting online annually UDISE and OASIS data. Renewal of CBSE affiliation on time, attending meetings, conferences, workshops, providing information and data as and when required regarding LOC, staff data, participation in socially relevant events, competitions, etc. Documentation regarding relaxations for CWSN, conduct of board and public exams, submission of online report of self-assessment on SQAA, SEWA projects, annual pedagogical plans. Submission of ANAL report. 3.2.1.18. Learn about teachers' qualifications, NCTE Act and Rules, Para 2.4.12 regarding appointment of counselor and wellness teacher. 3.2.1.19. Learn about use of technology for educational planning, governance and teaching and learning, how to maintain student, teacher, staff, school data, website maintenance as per Para 2.4.9 of CBSE affiliation bylaws. Diksha. Shiksha Vani, Vidya Dan, preparing annual report in accordance with Para 14.5 of affiliation bylaws and uploading on website. 3.2.1.20. Learn about textbooks management as per CBSE affiliation bylaws. List of textbooks on website. If private author textbooks are being used, then certification in accordance with Paras 2.4.7 A and 2.4.7 B of affiliation bylaws. 3.2.1.21. Learn about promotion of environmental conservation and awareness. The school must strive to promote conservation of the environment on their campus through rainwater harvesting, segregation of waste at source, recycling of organic waste, proper disposal of waste including electronic waste, use of energy-saving and energy-efficient electrical equipment, greening of campus, use of 44 in pursuit of excellence, a handbook for principals. Solar energy, education and awareness amongst children on environmental conservation and cleanliness, etc. The annual report of the school must contain a write-up on all efforts made in this regard every year. Answering the bell. I remember an amazing deed of the principal of my previous school. One of my teacher colleagues had been blessed with a baby and after availing maternity leave, she had joined back her duties. As a new mother, she was finding it difficult to balance between being a mother and a teacher. When my principal came to know of this, what he did next was touching indeed. Transforming the learning environment. Chapter 446 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. ACAD-11 2019, Strengthening Assessment and Evaluation Practices March 6, 2019. Assessment of, as in for, learning. As I mentioned earlier, I was keeping track of all latest circulars of CBSE on its website www. CBSE. NIC. In and www. CBSE Academic. NIC. In. In this chapter, I will share my findings, based on my research on these. Answering the bell. On October 18, 2018, CBSE revamped its affiliation bylaws, linking them with academics, pedagogy, assessment practices, training, etc. Thereby initiating a major shift towards qualitative outcomes for schools. Do know. CBSE, AFFBL, SECI, 2018, revamped affiliation bylaws with focus on outcome-based education. Foundation of all qualitative improvements October 18, 2018. CBSE, DIR, ACAD, Mathematics, 2019, Introduction of Two-Level Mathematics at Secondary Level January 10, 2019. F. 1028, CBSE, DIR, ACAD, 2019, Adopting Learning Outcome-Based Education, Focus on education based on attainment of predefined competencies by students. January 18, 2019. Websites, about the several initiatives of the board which can lead to a complete transformation of the learning environment, provided schools follow them sincerely. 4.1. Recent qualitative initiatives by CBSE. To make it easier for you to discern the changes brought about since then, a chronological description of each important circular is given below. Each circular is interlinked with the ultimate goal of quality enhancement and future readiness. Interrelation of these circulars is highlighted in bold font. Chapter 4, Transforming the Learning Environment 47. Circular No. 14 2019. Artificial Intelligence, Early Childhood Care Education and Yoga introduced as subjects for future readiness. March 9, 2019. Integrating Art with Education, Circular No. ACAD-12 2019. March 8, 2019. Focus on experiential and joyful learning. ACAD-16 2019. March 9, 2019. Reserve 1 period per day for sports and outdoor activities. CBSE, DIR. Training and Skill Edu, 2019. Laying down of aims and annual theme of training. Theme for 2019 was experiential learning. Theme for 2020 is competency-based education and assessment. March 9, 2019. Circular Number. AFF 12. Formation of hubs of learning. Collaboration among affiliated schools for self-improvement and quality enhancement. March 9, 2019. ACAD-15 2019. Principals as pedagogical leaders. Principals declared as pedagogical leaders and mandated to prepare innovative annual pedagogical plans for the transaction of curriculum. March 9, 2019. ACAD-42 2019. CBSE Policy on School Eco-Clubs and Conservation of Water. Save 1 liter per child. 1 child 1 plant. August 23, 2019. 48 In Pursuit of Excellence. A Handbook for Principals. ACAD-52 2019. Launch of Vidyadan, a program to enable teaching and learning for classes V2X anytime and anywhere through digital resources. September 13, 2019. Circular Number. AF. 17. Release of handbooks on various qualitative measures by CBSE. October 1, 12 handbooks released. 2019. All aboard. Go to the link web links to see the 12 handbooks and CBSE activity calendar. 1. Guidelines on art integration. 2. Guidelines on Eco Club. 3. AI Curriculum Handbook. 4. Integrating AI. 5. Handbook on Experiential Learning. 6. Joyful Teaching and Learning of Mathematics. 7. Handbook on Hubs of Learning. 8. SQAA 9. Outcome-Based Inspection. 10. Handbook for Teachers. 11. Handbook for Students. 12. Compendium of Courses. Circular Number. 07, 2020, School Quality Assessment and Assurance. January 20, 2020. Circular Number. 31 2020. May 5, Introduction of Online Teacher Training by CBSE, Co 2020. Circular Number. 33 2020. Mandatory Art Integrated Project for Class 1-X. Reporting of implementation of art education and art integrated learning by schools. May 14, 2020. Circular Number. 34 2020. Implementation of competency-based education to achieve learning. May 14. Outcome 2020. Chapter 4. Transforming the Learning Environment 49. 4.2. Making Schools Joyful Places. Let us have a deep look at the following alarming report available at Web links. City, Delhi, 1 in every 7 people suffers from mental disorder finds study. Article show, 72,946,044. CMS. The study states that bullying affects the mental health of children the most. Naturally, our schools must be bullying-free. 50 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. CBSE has already issued guidelines to schools on anti-bullying measures. These guidelines can be accessed at web links web_material, circulars, 2015-17 _prevention% 20 bullying %20 ragging %20 inches %20 schools. PDF learning occurs best in a positively charged environment. Students have better self-esteem and learn to be positive towards their peer group and their ecosystem. In a world where pressures and stresses of everyday life are increasingly affecting the mental status of not only students but also the teachers, traditional methods to address them may sometimes prove to be inadequate. I find that CBSE has taken quite a few initiatives for making schools happy places which enable implementation of learning in a joyful manner. 4.2.1 Making schools anger-free, no anger zones. A joyful learning environment and happy school ecosystem can do wonders for the holistic development of our children. A learning abode like a school must be devoid of any kind of negativity. Government of India has recently launched the Fit India program. Fitness of body is closely linked to fitness of mind. A fit mind is a creative mind and is capable of contributing to society. Anger is detrimental to fitness. Long-term effects of uncontrolled anger include increased anxiety, high blood pressure and headache. The board has decided to take up this area of holistic health and fitness in an innovative manner. Therefore, with a circular no. CBSE, SECI, 2019-20 dated the 23rd of December 2019, the Central Board of Secondary Education, as a part of its thrust on joyful education and holistic fitness, has urged all its affiliated schools and school leaders to make efforts to convert all CBSE schools into a no-anger zone or anger-free zone. In this anger-free zone, all players, whether it is the school educators, parents, school personnel or other stakeholders, are expected to work towards managing their anger issues. The best way to teach children the value of freedom from anger is by setting examples ourselves. Some of the simplest changes that could be undertaken for making school an anger-free zone include genuinely smiling at students and teachers, talking to students and everyone around them calmly, not looking at cell phones all the time, practicing breathing exercises, practicing mindfulness, giving 20 minutes to self, laugh and make others laugh with you but not at others, teach coping skills, etc. There can be several other ways to create an anger-free zone. Making our schools anger-free zones will help our students in developing effective skills and in eradicating emotions like fear, disrespect, humiliation, and hurt, which are the byproducts of anger. This change in the school environment will help our children become mentally active and emotionally wealthy. They shall go back home more charged and happier, and will definitely want to return to their schools the next day. Children are the harbingers of change. What they learn in the school, they will teach that to their parents. Imagine children going home and telling their parents, "You are not allowed to be angry." This way both school and home will have a happy environment for them. Chapter 4. Transforming the Learning Environment 51. Therefore, as a part of this initiative, schools must also take up exercises with children to help them overcome their own anger issues. And also empower them with tools so that they can help others overcome their anger issues. Various suggestive measures have been given in the circular. All aboard. The circular on making schools anger-free zones can be accessed at web links anger %20 school %20 final. PDF 4.2.2 Experiential Learning 4.2.2.1 Meaning. Experiential learning involves a hands-on learning approach. It breaks away from the routine of the teacher standing in front of the learners giving lectures, and moves towards the learner taking responsibility for her own learning, with the help of all aboard. Some facts about experiential learning. Gurukul system of ancient and medieval India is the classical format of experiential learning. The interplay between the learner and his/her environment triggers learning. In the digital world, blended form of learning includes field trips, DIY experiments, simple videos, robotics etc. It has been in vogue since early 20th century. Popularized by educational philosopher David Kolb, who developed the theory of experiential learning in 1984 together with Roger Fry, based on the works of Piaget and Dewey. Activities based on real-life experiences that the teacher facilitates. It makes learning a technical knowledge that goes much beyond the classroom and seeks to bring a more engaging way of learning to make learning outcomes deeper. 52 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. 4.2.2.2 Experiential Learning, Key Components. All aboard. Experiential learning includes all these: joyful learning, art-integrated learning, activity-based learning, fun, games and studies, sport-integrated learning, inquiry-based learning, collaborative learning, assessment as learning. Learning by doing is based on the principle of learning by doing. Focuses on developing skills in the students through learning based on real-life experiences. Is the way of learning in which it is the learner who guides the learning process, and experiences, observes, reflects and implements it. Doesn't believe in compartmentalizing each subject. All the subjects are interlinked, and it depends upon the learner what he takes away from his experience. Each learner will have a different learning experience. The learner plays a pivotal role in assessing himself. Gives a multisensory experience of learning by using all senses: auditory, visual, tactile and kinesthetic. 4.2.2.3 Experiential Learning Cycle. Adapted from web links accessed on the 9th of August 2019, Chapter 4, Transforming the Learning Environment 53. 4.2.2.4 Stages of Experiential Learning. The learner can enter a learning cycle at any stage, but must go through all the 4 stages to complete his learning cycle. Stage 1 Concrete experience. The learner cannot learn merely by reading or observing. He needs to actively participate in the experience by feeling it with all the 5 senses. The idea is to immerse in the experience and learn. Stage 2 Reflective observation. This is the second stage where the learner reflects at the situation before forming any opinion. The learner must reflect upon the present by connecting it to his past experiences. Reflective observation focuses on observing and perceiving. Stage 3 Abstract conceptualization. The learner creates theories to explain his experiences. In this stage, the learner gathers and analyzes the information and draws conclusions. Sometimes it may challenge the pre-existing concept. This focuses on learning by thinking. Stage 4 Active experimentation. This is the final stage where the learner applies what he has learnt while learning by doing. 4.3 Art integrated learning. We the principals. Documentation of all activities, experiences undertaken during the experiential learning process must be recorded in student portfolio for internal assessment at secondary level. Teachers are encouraged to use the tool of portfolios for self-directed learning at all levels, for all subjects. For learning more about why, what and how of experiential learning, please refer to CBSE's Handbook on Experiential Learning. Art integrated learning is yet another step by CBSE for making classrooms joyful. The NCF 2005 has recommended as follows. Art as a subject at all stages covering all 4 major spheres, i.e. music, dance, visual arts and theatre. We must bring the arts squarely into the domain of the curricula. infusing them in all areas of learning while giving them an identity of their own at relevant stages. The NCF also states that the importance of India's heritage crafts, both in terms of their economic and aesthetic values, should be recognized as being relevant to school education. 54 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. Keeping the above in mind, the board has held discussions with several stakeholders, including schools, principals, teachers, NCERT, art professionals, etc. And accordingly, it has emerged that integration of art with education will lead to the betterment of learning and the classrooms will become more joyful. Art-integrated learning is a cross-curricular approach to teaching and learning based on collaboration between the teaching of the subject with the teaching of art, visual, performing, etc. Where art, in any of its multiple forms, becomes the primary pathway to learn the subject, topic, and also for assessment. The integration is meant not only to make the learning process of the chosen subject area for integration joyful, but it also lends itself to imbibing a greater appreciation and understanding of the art form being utilized for this purpose. 4.3.1 Necessity of art-integrated learning. Firstly, when art is integrated with education, it helps the child apply art-based inquiry, investigation and exploration, critical thinking and creativity for a deeper understanding of the concepts, topics. All disciplines being pursued by students at 4 Hindi word for a street play. All stages require creative thinking and problem-solving abilities. For example, the routine method would be involving studying metallurgy in chemistry, or mitosis and meiosis in biology. But art integration would provoke the student to ask questions such as, if I were a metal, how would I artistically depict my journey of combination with other metals, or how can I use a Nukkad Natak 4 to depict mitosis, meiosis? Secondly, art-integrated learning is a strong contender for experiential learning, as it enables the student to derive meaning and understanding directly from the learning experience. Thirdly, this kind of integration not only makes the teaching and learning process joyful, it also has a positive impact on the development of certain life skills, such as communication skills, reflection and inquiry skills, unconditioning of the mind leading to higher confidence levels and self-esteem, appreciation for aesthetics and creativity, etc. Fourthly, this integration broadens the mind of the student and enables her to see the interdisciplinary links between subjects, topics, real life. Therefore, it is possible to teach the planets in the universe or forests, oceans, etc. through art, by each child. We the principals. OCBSE has made art education mandatory for classes 1 to 10 from the academic session 2019-20. 2 periods of art education are mandatory per week. In classes 6 to 8, schools are encouraged to take up culinary art also. More and more integration of art in education is to be planned by principals while preparing annual pedagogical plans for teaching all classes and all subjects. Chapter 4, Transforming the Learning Environment 55. Choosing a planet, forest, ocean and making a travel brochure on it. B. Reactions and compounds in chemistry by each child becoming the element, compound of his, her choice and then trying to mingle or not to mingle with others in the class. A lot of humor could be the hallmark of this exercise. C. Learning the meaning and lines of a difficult poem by breaking each line into a dialogue spoken by Amitabh Bachchan or James Bond, or set to music based on Bollywood songs, etc. All aboard. For more details, please refer to web links, material, circulars, 2019 12th_circular_2019. PDF. Answering the bell. To implement art-integrated education in our schools, we need to. And Guidelines on Art-Integrated Learning Circular No. ACAD 22 2019 dated the 18th of April 2019. A. Be familiar with the concept of art-integrated learning and its benefits for the learner. B. Provide opportunities to the staff to be trained in implementing it. C. Direct the art teachers and subject teachers together to plan well in advance how different subjects' topics can be seamlessly integrated with arts. D. Facilitate its implementation by way of logistic and moral support. A. Take staff and parents into confidence with the goals kept in mind and align them with the global approach. F. Create opportunities for such learning to become a regular tool for teaching and a way of learning. G. Direct the head of respective departments to have a follow-up meeting every fortnight to see its implementation and streamline further. 4.4. Joyful classrooms. We the principals. To make classrooms joyful. Guide your teachers to start lessons with the following questions to themselves. 4. What outcomes should the lesson seek to achieve? 56. In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Ways to learning can be many, aside from above, ranging from integrating sports in educational activities to integrating storytelling in classroom transactions. Joy comes when a child feels a sense of achievement as if she has created something new, all on her own. It could occur after completion of a lesson on realizing that she has understood the concept clearly and can see how it links to real life. It could occur when the given task is done independently by the students. It could occur while doing an activity in or outside the classroom. To help students to attain the AHA moment, activity-based and joyful learning must be practiced in all classrooms. Joyful Saturday initiative has been taken up by several state governments in India. In this initiative, the whole day is spent in learning through joyful mode only, mostly through games, sports and outdoor activities. You could think of something on the same lines too. All aboard. Please also refer to the following 4 web links. All aboard. Life skills have been defined as the abilities for adaptive and positive behavior that enable individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life. WHO. 4.5. Integrating life skills. Adaptive means that a person is flexible in approach and is able to adjust in different circumstances. Positive behavior implies that a person is forward-looking even in difficult and challenging times. 4. What joyful experiences can be provided that are likely to achieve these purposes? 4. How can these joyful experiences be meaningfully organized? 4. How do we ensure that these educational outcomes are indeed being accomplished? How do we measure them? Chapter 4. Transforming the Learning Environment. 57. Answering a Bell. Storytelling Pedagogy. The excerpt below is extracted from the book Pollyanna by Eleanor Porter. This is a beautiful story of how 11-year-old orphan girl teaches joy and gratefulness to an entire village. Do read the whole story and use this story in your pedagogy for imbibing life skills. Chocolate fudge and fig cake, indeed. Scorned Miss Polly. I think we can remedy that very soon. She paused in thought for a minute, then went on slowly. At 9 o'clock every morning you will read aloud 1/2 hour to me. Before that you will use the time to put this room in order. Wednesday and Saturday forenoons, after 9:30, you will spend with Nancy in the kitchen, learning to cook. Other mornings you will sew with me. That will leave the afternoons for your music. I shall, of course, procure a teacher at once for you, she finished decisively, as she arose from her chair. Pollyanna cried out in dismay. Oh, but Aunt Polly, you haven't left me any time at all just to live. To live, child. What do you mean? As if you weren't living all the time. Oh, of course I'd be breathing all the time I was doing those things, Aunt Polly, but I wouldn't be living. You breathe all the time you're asleep, but you aren't living. I mean living, doing the things you want to do, playing outdoors, reading, to myself, of course, climbing hills, talking to Mr. Tom in the garden, and Nancy, and finding out all about the houses and the people and everything everywhere all through the perfectly lovely streets I came through yesterday. That's what I call living, Aunt Polly. Just breathing isn't living. 4.5.1 Key growth and human development periods. Infancy, birth to 2 years of age. Early childhood, 3 to 8 years of age. Middle childhood, 9 to 11 years of age. Adolescence, 12 to 18 years of age. 4.5.2 Life skills for early childhood. In early childhood, the skills and experiences acquired are vital. The Life Skills Education Program, LSE, aims to provide practical day-to-day living skills to children. Through these programs, the children are motivated to cultivate regard, ability and autonomy through activities and develop skills that will impact positively on them all through life, such as collaboration, communication, conflict resolution, etc. 58 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. 4.5.3 The most important life skills for kids to learn. Below, we uncover the 7 life skills that are indispensable. Focus and self-control. Perspective taking. Communication. Making connections. Critical thinking. Taking on challenges. Self-directed, engaged learning. Resilience. For all. CBSE conducts capacity building program on life skills which are essential to understand ways to integrate life skills in education. You may also refer to the following web links. All aboard. For details refer to web links. 4.5.4 Life skills for adolescents. Adolescence, a key developmental and growth stage, traces the transitional phase from childhood to adulthood. It is defined by rapid changes in physiology and psychosocial development. Adolescence is also the phase when young people widen their relationships further than parents and family and are heavily influenced by their peer group and the outside world as a whole. Cognitively speaking, adolescents become more analytical in their thought process. Now they are able to think abstractly, to formulate better and to establish an independent belief system. These are the years of creativity, idealism, buoyancy and an adventurous spirit. 5. But these are also the years of innovation and risk-taking, giving in to detrimental peer pressure, taking irrational decisions on crucial issues, particularly with regard to their bodies and sexual orientation. Therefore, adolescence is a defining moment in one's life, a phase of greater potential as well as a phase of increased frailty. 5. Adapted from Cirque. Carlton. Edu Chapter 4, Transforming the Learning Environment. 59. All aboard. For more details refer to web links. CCE. PDF. 4.6 The 21st Century Skills. 4. This is an oft-spoken and discussed area now, particularly in the context of making our students ready for what the future holds for them. 4. The following figure taken from https://pin Ugalxast represents these skills in a comprehensible manner and clearly globally. 4. These skills have to become the cross-cutting themes in our teaching and learning process. 60. In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 4.6.1 Critical thinking. According to John Butterworth and Jeff Thwaites, 6 inches critical thinking consists of making informed, evaluative judgments about claims and arguments. The main strands of critical thinking are analysis, interpretation, evaluation, and further argument. Critical thinking is characterized by being fair and open-minded, active and informed, skeptical, independent. Skepticism means willingness to question or to entertain doubts. 4.6.2 Problem solving. According to John Butterworth and Jeff Thwaites, 7. Problem solving asks for a solution, which may be a calculated value, in mathematical sense, or a way of doing something. There are 3 clearly defined processes that we may use while solving problems. I. Identifying which pieces of data are relevant when faced with a mass of data, most of which is irrelevant. E. Combining pieces of information that may not appear to be related to give new information. E. Relating one set of information to another. Relating one set of information to another in a different form. This involves using experience, relating new problems to ones we have previously solved. 4.6.3 Creativity and innovation. These skills prepare a child to discover innovative approaches and make them learn to apply creativity to real-life challenges. A diverse learning across fine arts, performing arts, and vocational skills is inculcated in a child. 4.6.4 Communication and collaboration. The practices of effective communication and collaboration help to develop interest and fun in the teaching-learning process. It also effectively broadens the cultural, social, and environmental boundaries and helps a child to understand social and environmental concerns better. 4.6.5 Career and life skills. These skills prepare a child to look into a problem with respect to a broad perspective that might go from local to national and international. Through these skills, a child learns to adapt to different cultures and situations, to initiate himself even in diversity, and tries to imbibe something productive and meaningful for his life from each situation. 6. Butterworth, John, and Thwaites, Jeff. Thinking skills, critical thinking and problem solving. 2nd edition, Cambridge University Press, Cambridge CB28RU, UK. 2013, pp 7-12. 7. Butterworth, Thinking Skills. 2nd edition, 2013, pp 79-80. Chapter 4, Transforming the Learning Environment. 61. 4.6.6 Digital and media literacy. These enable a child to understand the computer, the world of computers and electronics, related technologies and media as tools of information, computation, and communication. They also help a child in effective learning, communicating and collaborating, aside from locating, evaluating and analyzing information. 4.6.7 Leadership and responsibility. These skills focus on the attributes related to leadership, such as the ability to lead a team and effective team management in relation to real-world challenges. It also teaches a child how to support the development of key personal qualities such as perseverance, being committed and responsible, resilience and self-confidence, and how to foster a commitment to lifelong learning. Answering the bell. I realize, it is all getting very overwhelming. Here is what I did. 4. I downloaded all handbooks, from the links given. 4. Then, I created small groups of teachers and all school personnel. 4. I arranged weekly discussions on each handbook. 4. Every week there is a poster, template in staff room and outside my office, something like the one shown below, and we make it a point to discuss the handbook in detail. My takeaways. Focusing upon the competencies. Chapter 5, Focusing upon the competencies 63. 6. Honest men. I keep hearing this word, but what really are competencies? 5.1. Meaning of competency. We quite often say, a person is competent enough to handle a gathering of 100 people. This means that the person has the skill sets or abilities needed to handle a group of 100 persons. In this case, the person has the requisite skills of content knowledge, communication, people management and leadership. All these skills put together are nothing but competencies. Thus, a competency refers to demonstration of knowledge, skills, ability and attitude to perform a task successfully and efficiently on repeated occasions, naturally, without thinking consciously, by meeting real-life challenges and analyzing, reasoning, communicating ideas effectively. In the field of education, a competency is defined as a piece of knowledge, an individual skill or an ability, developed in a transparent way attuned to the academic expectations of a particular level. A competent person is capable of applying or using a set of knowledge, skills and abilities to successfully carry out a task in a defined setting. For e.g., as per the Section B of CBSE Class 10th English course, a Class 10th student studying English language and literature course will be able to analyze and interpret the information in any given reading comprehension passage. Competency requires children to be more focused on attaining mastery in any task. Competency needs a particular time to develop and nourish. It requires the child to be independent in his/her approach to performing the task. This will help the child to work alone in the near future and take decisions accordingly. 5.2. Competency-based learning, CBL. More and more education systems are gravitating towards competency-based learning. It is a model of education that focuses on the demonstration and application of learning, rather than on the time spent for a course. This method has the quality of being tailor-made to meet different learning abilities. Thus, it enables achieving student outcomes more efficiently. The CBL-based model allows the learners to move through coursework at their own pace and achieve mastery in each learning outcome. Teachers can maintain the same learning goal for the entire class, but the difference here is that the teacher needs to ensure that each learner is facilitated in appropriate ways or ways unique for each learner. As learning takes place at the learner's 64 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Pace. In this model, schools can imagine and innovate new instructional formats and methods of delivery, prioritizing skills and abilities over who delivers the instruction or how it is delivered. This enables students to engage in the learning exercises, activities and experiences, thereby acquiring and demonstrating their knowledge and skills which have predetermined learning objectives and outcomes. All aboard. The power of measurement was first written about by Peter Drucker in his famous book, The Practice of Management. He stated that, what gets measured, gets managed. Later Robin Sharma tweaked this statement to, what gets measured, gets done. Competency-based learning also advocates measuring the attainment of skill sets or learning outcomes, through items, questions specifically designed to do so. This measurement, if done through items based on application of conceptual understanding to real-life situations, gives the correct indication of a child's competency to handle similar situations in life. Three key components of competency-based learning are skill. A task or group of tasks performed to a specified level of proficiency which typically involves the manipulation of tools and equipment. Or expertise that is knowledge or attitude based. Knowledge, prerequisite set of facts and information. Abilities, performance to a specified standard under specific conditions. 5.3 Components of competency-based learning. Skills. KNOWLEGDE Abilities Chapter 5, focusing upon the competencies 65. 5.3.1 Concepts adjoining CBL. Active learning, thinking hard, deep and surface learning. Metacognition, learning how to learn. Differentiated learning, design activity according to the levels of the students. Inclusive learning, students must be exposed to a variety of teaching learning strategies. 21st century skills. Formative assessment and feedback, concept of assessment for learning, questioning, formative feedback, peer and self-assessment, formative use of summative assessment. 5.4 CBL, features and processes. Decide the competency to be focused upon in a particular class. Follow personalized learning and prepare personalized learning plans (PLPs). Teachers have autonomy to plan and develop their own lesson and instructional formats and activities. Students are aware of the learning objectives and are able to describe them. Students are aware of what they are expected to know and are empowered to demonstrate their learning. Assessment is continuous and formative. Students learn actively and apply their set of theoretical thinking and problem-solving skills. Holistic and sustainable learning. 66 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 5.5 Competency and its elements. 5.5.1 Students advance upon demonstrated mastery. 8. In the CBL model, students demonstrate what knowledge and skills they have acquired through performance assessment. The assessment is participatory, in the sense that students are involved by teachers in the conversations about what their learning looks like, and decide how and when to demonstrate what they have learned. Thus, they are able to work more upon those areas that are more difficult for them. They may even advance beyond the desired grade level in some areas while taking more time in the ones that pose challenge to them. Noticeable is that compulsive and formal summative assessment does not figure prominently in the evaluation of students. Teachers are also able to focus assistance on the areas which are more challenging for students, simultaneously ensuring they learn what is needed to advance to the next level of learning. 5.5.1.1 Personalized Learning Pathways 9 for developing students' competency. As discussed above, the main feature of competency-based learning is that the students have mastery of their learning. To achieve this, personalized learning pathways for students can be created. 5.5.1.1.1 What are personalized learning pathways, PLPs? Personalized learning pathways, PLPs, are an effective tool for increasing student engagement. These pathways, plans can improve learning outcomes and educational aspirations of students when developed in serious collaboration among students, their parents and teachers to identify, organize and apply personal approaches to learning and engagement. Educators can customize these plans to meet local needs and contexts. The educators can target short-term or long-term goals for their students through PLPs. Short-term goals are actually specific guiding steps to reach long-term goals. 8 Web links and international study in competency education pp. 26-28 accessed on 22.20 PDF accessed on the 22nd of November 2019, Chapter 5, focusing upon the competencies 67. 5.5.1.1.2 Features of personalized learning pathways. An effective PLP should engage students to know what their goals are. Contain specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and time-bound, SMART goals for supporting students to realize their goals. Record students' academic goals in congruence to the student's spiritual, emotional, social and physical health and well-being. Articulate learning path required to pursue the goals analyzed for a student. Be easily accessible to students, families. Be owned by the student throughout all stages, development, monitoring and review. Include matter for literacy and numeracy skills for all students who are at risk of falling behind. Enable teachers to provide customized support for each student's learning. Should record the implementation of appropriate educational strategies and differentiated curricula needed to support exceptional learners to fulfill their potential. Change as the student moves from learning stage to learning stage. All aboard. PLP is effective when a student owns it right from its inception. When students are engaged in monitoring and review processes, active learning and personal empowerment is enhanced. 5.5.1.1.3 PLP as a feedback mechanism. For continuous assessment, PLPs can be a good feedback mechanism. Teachers may refer to the PLP throughout the year, making notes for self-highlighting. The evidences make it evidence as later it is singular, of outcomes achieved by a student. This evidence can be discussed with the student and family during informal and formal conversations. 68 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 5.5.1.1.4 PLP cycle. Are ready. With greater transparency in learning objectives, students have greater ownership and opportunities for their learning and also for choices in how they learn and how they demonstrate their learning. Flexibility in the manner of learning of students is also maintained, based on the interests and passions of students. Thus, in this process, teachers need to collaborate, facilitate and engage more with students. 5.5.2 Competencies include explicit, measurable, transferable learning objectives that empower students. 10. In CBL, teachers develop their own lesson plans and assessment methods. This autonomy to teachers gives improved student outcomes. These are fine-tuned through frequent discussions and collaboration among school colleagues and internal processes. Transparency and explicitity is maintained as students are aware of learning objectives and are able to describe their learning objectives. They are empowered to demonstrate learning, in their own way, when they 10 Web links and international study in competency education pp. 26-28 accessed on 22.11. 2019. Chapter 5, focusing upon the competencies 69. 5.5.3 Assessment is meaningful and a positive learning experience for students. 11. In CBL, assessment is meaningful and a positive learning experience for students. 11. In CBL, assessment is an integral part of the cycle of learning. Emphasis is on formative assessments so that the teachers are able to identify and understand the hard spots or the areas of misconceptions on a concept to give feedback to students. With this, students develop an awareness of what they must know and be able to demonstrate through frequent performance assessments. If CBL is followed right from the beginning of schooling years, students develop the thinking skill of being able to reflect upon their own knowledge and be active partners for performance reviews. This self-awareness results in students understanding that assessment is an organic part of the learning process and also an integral part of learning. Personalization of education. Personalization of education. There is flexibility in timetable as students receive timely and differentiated instructional support and misconceptions are addressed quickly. For example, when students don't complete a course, focus is directed upon the specific skills needed to be developed rather than taking the entire course again. This is in fact personalization of education. This learning framework allows schools to provide differentiated academic support to learners. Daily and weekly check-ins with teachers is central to preparation of schedules. Rather than allow students to progress automatically with gaps in their learning, to fail whole courses, CBL classes are designed to provide additional support and interventions to bring students to consistent levels of learning. 5.5.4 Students develop and apply a broad set of skills and dispositions. Students learn actively and are able to apply critical thinking and problem-solving skills along with communication skills, collaborative skills and cultural responsiveness. 5.5.5 Learning outcomes emphasize competencies of application and creation of knowledge, along with other necessary skills and behaviors. To enable stronger emphasis on the skills of application and creation in practical, hands-on contexts, the physical infrastructure of schools is made more flexible. 21st century skills are blended with subject-specific knowledge for learning in a coordinated manner. 5.5.6 Holistic approach. CBL is an integrative and holistic approach that incorporates interrelated concepts of inclusivity, integrative thinking and dealing with complexities. 11 web links and international study in competency education pp. 26-28 accessed on 22.11. 2019. 70 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 5.5.7 Sustainable Learning 12. CBL ensures learning among the learners which enables him, her to sustain after learning those skill sets or practices. The academic participation enables to create economic, social and environmental programs improving life standards, generating empowerment and respecting interdependence. Few aspects involved in it are, learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together. 5.6 Competency vs Learning Objectives. Competency is the main ideas or skill set that a student is expected to master. Learning objectives are the specific abilities necessary to accomplish the competency. 5.6.1 Difference between a competency and a learning objective. To understand the relationship between competency-based education and learning outcomes, please note the following. What is it that the student should be able to do after student has undergone the learning process? Demonstrate the outcome of learning or learning outcome. What is it that the student needs to learn, know in order to demonstrate that particular set of learning outcomes? Curriculum. What are the classroom transactions, activities, that will become the basis for this kind of defined outcome of learning? Pedagogy. How will the teacher check the learning or how will the student demonstrate that learning? Assessment. How will teacher know at what level of learning the student is? Criterion referenced. Testing. What is the sum total of learning outcomes, curriculum, pedagogy, assessment and criterion referenced testing as mentioned in the bullets above?
Competency-based education.
12 www. C2 Org Chapter 5, focusing upon the competencies 71. 5.7 Implementation of CBE. Details on operational part of competency-based education, CBE, as well as guidelines to principals are also necessary for taking necessary action on their part for facilitating seamless implementation.
Thus, important characteristics of competency-based education model with reference to 4 pillars of education system are illustrated as hereunder for the principals and teachers. A.
Objectives. To follow a more practical and professional approach where first of all predefined, real-life-based, application-oriented competencies are defined. To ensure attainment of competencies through precise measurable learning outcomes in behavioral terms. To go beyond mere accumulation of knowledge from textbooks and tests to enable students to practice acquired competencies in their daily life. B. Content. Competency-based education focuses on minimum required core content. It specifically defines competencies to be attained after a certain time interval in which a specific part of the curriculum has been covered. It is contrary to traditional learning approach which keeps increasing the content by following the inconsistent principle, greater the content, greater the achievement of students. C. Pedagogy. Pedagogical processes are child-centric and inclusive in nature as the focus is on individual achievement. Interdisciplinary instruction, including scholastic as well as co-scholastic areas such as arts, storytelling, sports, work education and seva etc.
Collaborative learning, cooperative learning, reciprocal teaching, discussions, group projects, peer tutoring, blended learning with integration of ICT, flipped classrooms, computational learning based on logical reasoning, decomposition, patterns, experiential learning, problem-based learning, games, case studies, simulations, portfolios, presentations, projects are the main teaching learning processes under this approach.
The idea is to support students' ability to become an independent, self-reliant and lifelong learner by using a variety of interactive methods. Pedagogies also take care of individual differences of students, issues of social nature of learning and present challenges in a graded manner to make learning child-centered. D. Assessment. Criterion reference assessments that measure the attainment of 72 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Learning outcomes are essential feature of CBE. It involves objective as well as performance assessments.
Objective assessment have predetermined, correct responses items like MCQs, oral responses to questions, and short answer written responses based on what students know and know how to do. In performance assessments, focus remains on what learners can do with their knowledge involving assessments of critical thinking, synthesis and affective and psychomotor skills. Reporting of assessment result is done on the basis of rubrics and students must be able to demonstrate required level of competency in order to progress to higher grades.
5.7.1 Some points to remember.
As proper framing of the learning outcomes.
Some points to remember. As proper framing of the learning outcomes and linking them with pedagogical processes is crucial to the success of CBE, attention is drawn to the following concepts and suggestions. A. Learning outcomes, loss. These are formal statements that tell us what a student is able to do after learning a given topic, concept. The learning described in outcomes should encompass the essential and significant knowledge and skills students
should develop in a course. Or in this process, they generalize their learning and integrate it with other areas of their lives outside school. This helps them learn concepts in a more focused and meaningful way.
OLO should be a clear and concise statement of the skills that the students will be able to demonstrate after the instruction is over. OLOS should be observable and measurable and clearly understood by all stakeholders, students, parents and teachers. They delineate not only the cognitive achievement but also the values, life skills and attitudes students would demonstrate at the end of a unit. Learning outcomes provides opportunity for teachers to reflect on the curriculum, context of learning, content, application and assessment to be designed for ensuring the achievement of desirable degree of learning outcomes. Thus, LOS are extremely important tool for students, teachers, parents, administrators and policy makers. Teachers need to use learning outcomes as a tool for improving education, not as an end in itself. B. Writing learning outcomes on the basis of the framework provided by NCERT Chapter 5, focusing upon the competencies 73. A complete learning outcome will consist of I. An observable behavior or an action verb and any special condition for displaying the outcome. Action verb denotes the intended domain in the taxonomy of cognitive domain and focuses on cognitive processes operating on different kinds of knowledge dimensions like factual, procedural, conceptual and metacognitive. E. After the action verb comes subject content for which the action is being taken followed by explicit level of achievement, if not implicit, and condition of performance, if required. The performance level considered sufficient to demonstrate mastery. Simple rule of thumb for writing a learning outcome is an action verb, phrase plus object of the verb plus clause, phrase indicating level of achievement plus context or conditions if any. Some examples of learning outcomes from different subjects are provided in the Annexure A. Test items prepared and matched to the LOS assembled before starting instructions. LOS usually have the following features. I. Unambiguous language. E. Behavioral activity. E. Measurable outcomes with desired performance criteria. IV. Linked to teaching and learning methods. V. Assessment and evaluation aligned with overall competencies mentioned in the framework developed by NCERT. C. NCERT Learning Outcomes Documents. The learning outcomes documents developed by NCERT define the learning outcomes, competencies in all the curricular areas, linking them with the curricular expectations and the pedagogical processes. The defined learning outcomes can easily be adopted or adapted by schools. In fact, CBSE very strongly advises the adaptation of learning outcomes developed by NCERT for grades 1 to 10, to all its affiliated schools. The links for these learning outcomes documents of NCERT are given below. Learning outcomes at elementary stage. Web links files, TILOPS 101. PDF. Learning outcomes at secondary stage. Web links PDF, learning_outcomes. PDF 74 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. D. Suggestive pedagogical strategies for achievement of LOS. Knowledge of LOS paves way to self-assessment by students who would learn to compare their achievement against the stated outcomes instead of comparing them with their peers. This would also help them to internalize the learning outcomes. Therefore, teachers may communicate the learning outcomes in as unambiguous way as possible to students at the start of a lesson. Use LOS as advance organizers and ask students to paraphrase them in order to get complete understanding of their meaning. Work out the instructional activities, pedagogies, and assessments most likely to ensure that the stated outcome of learning is achieved. Plan lessons by selecting and arranging developmentally appropriate content and process while taking care of social and emotional contexts and varying learning styles, aptitudes, and abilities of students. Please see suggestive lesson plan in Annexure B. Use techniques like collaborative learning, problem solving and others mentioned above under the characteristics of assessment, as well as connect the classroom, lab, and experiential activities to requirements of the desired level of learning. The most important aspect of the whole learning process is that the learner at every level, for every subject, for every topic, should be able to connect all learnings to real-life practice. Facilitate experiences that advance students' critical thinking and creativity. Use technology to relate local and global societal issues and responsibilities with the curricular contexts. Make use of resources available at Diksha platform in this reference. And continuously improve professional capacity by researching and participating in various capacity building programs. A. Suggestive assessment practices to gauge achievement of loss. Performance in CBE is always seen with a given criterion or standard of performance. It can be integrated with assessment for learning and assessment as learning. Some of the features of assessment of loss could be: assessment must be authentic, i.e., it requires application of knowledge and skills to real-world problems and demands decision-making to determine optimum use of knowledge and skills in a given situation. Chapter 5, focusing upon the competencies 75. Necessarily match with the learning outcomes cited in the beginning. Be reliable, valid and based on critical and creative thinking. Assess ability to integrate knowledge, skills and attitudes. A balance between assessment, for, as and, of, learning should be maintained for optimum results and minimum stress on students. Multiple methods of assessment like portfolios, presentations, group projects, open-ended questions, MCQs, short answer and long answer problems, reflective assignments involving measurement of capacity to analyze and evaluate experience in the light of theories and research evidence. Rubrics must be shared with students prior to the test. 5.8. Suggestive actions for principals to ensure implementation of CBE in schools. Must take a lead role in the development of annual pedagogical plans 2020-21 for the entire year for providing meaningful and joyful learning experiences to the students. Guidelines are given in Circular ACAD 49/2019 dated the 5th of September 2019. Must design the pedagogical plans in coherence with loss and individual requirement of students while allowing appropriate level of autonomy to teacher. Must include specific and measurable loss in all the lesson plans prepared by teachers and ensure their optimum achievement. Must integrate activities defined in the alternative academic calendars by NCERT in the lesson plans. Also ensure continuation of integration as and when NCERT releases more such calendars. Download all CBSE handbooks, manuals from http://CBSE Academic. NIC. In, manual. HTML and arrange discussions among teachers and students. Make earnest efforts to use resources other than textbooks. Hubs of learning can develop their own resources including mapping of loss to the curriculum, low-cost pedagogical activities and assessments. Must make use of CBSE resources available at Diksha. Other initiatives of CBSE like weekly critical and creative test which is also available at Diksha platform must be used and integrated with the teaching learning process. May consider mentioning performance in terms of competencies in report cards. Must ensure accomplishment of required competencies, loss by students by the end of the academic session, and supplementary remedial action to help non-achievers to reach the desired minimum level. O may display posters of the compact learning outcomes for classes I to X in classrooms.
76 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals.
O may sensitize parents of all students on the various competencies that their child is expected to achieve at a given level, in a class, by calling special, virtual parent-teacher meetings. O must suitably integrate art education, health and physical education, life skills education and values education and inclusive elements as per the directions provided by CBSE in the curriculum documents for accomplishing the competencies given in the Learning Outcomes document of NCERT. O must ensure planning of lessons by integrating experiential learning, art integrated, storytelling, sport integrated activities, as required, without any financial burden on students. Refer to CBSE handbooks as stated above. O must ensure planning of lessons that have relevant subject integration so that daily class load is 3 to 4 classes. The time allotted for transaction of each subject in the integrated lesson plan can be counted towards the total periods, time required for a subject in an academic session. O post-COVID-19, as and when schools reopen, detailed guidelines on this will be issued. Consider having flexible seating arrangement in classrooms to facilitate experiential learning activities. O implement Seva projects to ensure maximum student participation for real-life connect. O scrupulously follow the directions of CBSE as stipulated in examination bylaws, affiliation bylaws and various advisories of CBSE issued from time to time regarding compulsory training of teachers, activities to be undertaken, availability of facilities to students, safety, and special provisions for special children for ensuring holistic education of desirable quality in an equitable manner. 5.9 CBSE and CBE. Over the period of the last 2 academic sessions, the board has already implemented all the above principles to transform education towards an outcomes-based approach and more competency-oriented, by initiating many measures. Some of them are highlighted below. 1. Competency-based education to be the annual theme of training in 2020-21. In continuation of its training policy, the board has decided to make competency-based education as the annual theme of training in the session 2020-21. The board will shortly come out with an online teacher training module on Diksha on CBE. 2. Implementation of experiential learning, active learning, innovative pedagogies. Board has mandated implementing experiential learning, active learning, innovative pedagogies in all its schools. This has also been the annual theme of training in the session 2019-20. Further, the board has released handbook on experiential learning which is available at http://cbseacademic. NIC. In web_material, manuals, experiential learning. PDF Chapter 5. Focusing upon the competencies 77. 3. Creative and critical thinking practice. Viday Circular No. ACAD 03, 2020, dated the 8th of January 2020, the board has started Creative and Critical Thinking, CCT, weekly practice program to enhance critical thinking skills of the students. CCT items on reading, mathematics and science literacy are uploaded on a weekly basis on Diksha for students of classes VIIX. New questions for CCT practice are uploaded every Monday and answers are shared by Thursday. The CCT questions and solutions can be accessed through the following URL: web links play, collection, do_3129060885052 04736123338. Content type equals textbook. Given the success of this program, it will soon be extended to other grades. 4. Strengthening assessment practices. The board has introduced 20% case-based questions in Class 10 and 10% case-based questions in Class 12 board examinations in all subjects. These case-based questions are necessarily itemized with real-life connect for assessing competencies in each subject. Further reforms are on the anvil and will be announced shortly. All above measures will reinforce each other if principals assume pedagogical leadership and ensure quality education through implementation of competency-based education focusing on attainment of learning outcomes by every learner, to the fullest extent possible. Competency-based learning is a relatively new approach to learning design which is proving increasingly popular with school-going learners. When developed and implemented correctly, this can be a reliable, valid indicator of learning and proficiency in regard to designated competencies. Furthermore, it can provide a more learner-centered, personalized, and efficient way of learning and demonstrating proficiency. We, as principals, must understand it thoroughly ourselves first, and then introduce it in the school in a systematic fashion. We the Principals, Pedagogical Planning. Chapter 6, Pedagogical Planning 79. I find that the ultimate guide for a school educator is the National Curriculum Framework 2005. Before beginning to make a pedagogical plan, I referred to it and found that aside from the framework, it also tells us about the ways children learn and how to design a learning experience. 6.1. NCF on how children learn. Children learn in a variety of ways, both individually and with others, or through experience, or making and doing things, or experimentation, or reading, or discussion, or asking. Idea of a joyful Tuesday from the eyes of a child. Or listening, or thinking and reflecting, or expressing oneself in speech, or expressing oneself in movement, or expressing oneself in writing. 6.2. NCF on effective learning environment. Learning takes place both within school and outside school. Learning is enriched if the two arenas interact with each other. All children are naturally motivated to learn and are capable of learning. Learning must be paced so that it allows learners to engage with concepts and deepen understanding, rather than remembering only to forget after examinations. Learning can take place with or without mediation. The social context and interactions provide avenues for learners to work at cognitive levels 80 in pursuit of excellence, a handbook for principals. Above their own. At the same time, learning must provide variety and challenge, and be interesting and engaging. Boredom is a sign that the task may have become mechanically repetitive for the child and of little cognitive value. Schools must provide opportunities to inquire, question, debate, reflect, and arrive at concepts or create new ideas. An element of challenge is critical for the process of active engagement and learning various concepts, skills and positions through the process. Ask, to listen and to interact, are the key processes through which learning occurs. The context in which learning takes place is thus of direct cognitive significance. In the early primary school years, a beginning has been made in the area of group work. Projects and activities that can be carried out by groups need to become a feature of learning in the middle and high school also. There are ways in which such group learning can be assessed and evaluated. Schools could also consider giving mixed age groups of children projects to do together. Making meaning and developing the capacity for abstract thinking, reflection and work are the most important aspects of learning. We must ask ourselves why we only ask children to give answers to questions. Even the ability to make a set of questions for given answers is a valid test of learning. Art and work provide opportunities for holistic learning that is rich in tacit and aesthetic components. Intelligent guessing must be encouraged as a valid pedagogic tool. Quite often, children have an idea arising from their everyday experiences or because of their exposure to the media, but they are not quite ready to articulate it in ways that a teacher might appreciate. Teaching something before the child is cognitively ready takes away from learning it at a later stage. All aboard. Teaching learning should never be like this. Learning takes place through interactions with the environment around, nature, things and people, both through actions and through language. The physical activity of moving, exploring and doing things, on one's own, with one's peers or in the company of adults, and using language, to read, to express or Chapter 6, Pedagogical Planning 81. Tasks that are too easy are too difficult, that are repetitive and mechanical, that are based on recalling the text, that do not permit self-expression and questioning by the child and that depend solely on the teacher for correction, make the child assume the passive stance of obedience. Learners learn not to value their own ability to think and reason, that knowledge is created by others and that they must only receive it. By the time they reach class 7, many children who have grown up in this kind of learning environment lose their self-confidence and their ability to express themselves or make meaning out of their experiences in school. Instead of a culture of quizzing, of answering quickly and always knowing the right answers, we need to allow learners to spend time on deeper, meaningful learning. We are now seeing a small shift away from the focus on factual knowledge, but teacher preparation, planning of classroom practice, textbook preparation, and evaluation need to support this shift more decisively. For this, it is necessary to build the capabilities and confidence of teachers to autonomously plan their teaching in response to the needs and demands of children's learning. 6.4. Pedagogical Plans. Vide Circular Acad. 15/2019 dated the 9th of March 2019, CBSE has issued guidelines related to pedagogical plans. Do go through them. The board envisions that each teacher must have the capacity to make his own lesson plan for each lesson to be taught by her. All aboard. We certainly don't want this. 6.3. Designing Learning Experiences. For US. Keeping all above in mind, we must make the pedagogical plans for our schools. 82 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. These lesson plans must be innovative, based on experiential learning 13 and preferably integrate Art 14 in the pedagogy. Single lesson plans can then be combined into an annual pedagogical plan of the teacher. This plan must give equal importance to the scholastic and co-scholastic areas. Pedagogical plans are vision to action plans. For the teachers, a pedagogical plan means converting her vision of the teaching learning process in her classroom to action. Pedagogical plans imbibe all thinking, preparation and steps of execution involved in making each stage of curriculum transaction, setting learning objectives, preparing lesson plans, transaction, assessment, identifying outcomes of learning of each student through assessment, meaningful and comprehensible for students. These plans are the systematic plans prepared by a teacher for fruitfully engaging students in the classroom. We the principals. It is our task to combine all annual pedagogical plans of all teachers of all grades and subjects of the school into an annual pedagogical plan of the school. And outside the classroom for scholastic and co-scholastic areas of the curriculum. It can be in the form of a weekly flow, monthly flow chart or annual flow chart. 6.5. Planning a pedagogical plan. 13. Please see examples of innovative and experiential learning-based lesson plans in the Experiential Learning Handbook of the Board. 14. Please see examples of innovative and art-integrated lesson plans in the Integration of Art in Education Guidelines of the Board. Essential before teaching. Pre-planning. Plan with students and not with content in mind. Use a predictable lesson structure. Listen to student thinking. Keep the body of the lesson focused on open-ended topics. Keep track of the objectives of the lesson. Plan so that students do most of talking and discussing, are able to work independently, get opportunities to interact with each other, and undertake self and peer assessment. Chapter 6, Pedagogical Planning 83. Student Thinking Lesson Structure. Learning to go beyond memorizing content. Giving students the opportunities for sharing their thinking. Monitoring student thinking through discussions, portfolios, journal entries, retelling, responses to literature, answer to interview questions, and self-reflection questionnaires. Starting and ending your lessons a certain way helps students become comfortable as they know what to expect. Providing time for independent or group work keeps students engaged. Create space for students to reflect on their academic work and social interaction. Minimize distractions and interruptions. Keep lessons focused on student thinking. 84 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Focus on open-ended topics and attaining the objective of lesson. Facilitation techniques to probe thinking. Rather than egging students towards one right answer or memorizing facts, students should be given opportunities to engage, debate, interpret, disagree. Rigorous thinking, creativity, and risk-taking to be encouraged. Stay focused on the objective of the lesson. Do not get waylaid sometimes in what we may feel are teachable moments. Pace the lesson and ensure necessary content is taught and avoid extraneous details. The way a teacher facilitates student talk determines success of lesson. Use language that supports and fosters student thinking. Asking specific as well as open-ended questions. How is Sarah feeling at this point? How can you say that? Does anyone have any other thought? Use cooperative structures like think, pair, share. Listen to and value student thinking. Chapter 6, Pedagogical Planning 85. Preparation for work-study tryouts. Introduction of the day's objective. Connecting old to new. Instruction and review of necessary skills. Construction and review of background knowledge. Preparation for working together. First, have students try the strategy in groups just after direct teaching. Example: how to predict or draw inferences, finding clues. Tryouts: reading a draft and using sticky notes to insert details. Teachers can move around to see how the students are progressing and help struggling writers. 86 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Independent work time, reflecting and transition. Very important if we want our students to become proficient. Characteristics of independent work. Student work independently. Expected behavior spelled out, time set, locations shared, consistent language. Teacher actively conferring with student. Room organized for independent work. Reflecting about what they have to do, share with a partner before moving to independent work. Putting it all together. Reflecting. Chapter 6, Pedagogical Planning 87. Lesson facilitation, valuing moments when students don't know answers. Key to a good lesson: taking a stance should encourage diverse participation and make students responsible for their own thinking. Embracing situations when students do not know the right answer. Being a good listener. Asking open-ended questions. Probing student thinking: what in the text made you think that? Using positive language to encourage students' thinking and behavior. Help students through challenging moments as they try to make sense of the content. Hear diversity of opinions, build consensus, helping students to disagree respectfully. Be careful not to sway students' opinion. Encourage students to find answers. It is not about right answer but the ability to use imagination to see patterns and link concepts, foster investigation and inquiry, encourage wonder and out-of-the-box thinking, build persistence. 88 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. More ideas. Using wait time wisely gives students opportunity to mull over question, idea. Connecting students' thinking, using discussions prompts, I agree, in addition to, I can't believe. Using cooperative structures, turn to your partner, think, pair, share. Using non-judgmental responses. Building a class community, a context for taking risks. Thus, a pedagogical sub-plan for transacting one competency would briefly include the following aspects. My pedagogical plan. Competency to be focused on. Identifying how this competency. Resources required teaching. Challenges to be addressed. Lesson plan with innovative pedagogy to meet the goal. Relates to other disciplines and to real life. Learning and for measuring the learning outcome, making schools inclusive. Chapter 790 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. CBSE is perhaps the first board that has framed a holistic policy for all categories of children with special needs during conduct of board exams. The board has also included provisions in its affiliation bylaws and circulars for ensuring inclusive schools. As a principal, it is our duty to implement these policies to make our schools inclusive. I present before you the following suggestive techniques to make your school an inclusive school. Integration in vision and mission orientation with all and of all. Continuous teacher training, modifications in curriculum. Methodology and assessment. Behavior modification, high five strategies. Accommodations in classroom, subject enrichment program. Shadow teacher. Parent as partner role of professionals, Chapter 7, Making Schools Inclusive 91. An inclusive school must include integration in its vision and mission. The Right for Persons with Disabilities Act 2016 also states 15. All educational institutions provide inclusive education to the children with disabilities, and towards that end shall I admit them without discrimination and provide education and opportunities for sports and recreation activities equally with others. E. Make building, campus and various facilities accessible. E. Provide reasonable accommodation according to the individual's requirements. IV. Provide necessary support individualized or otherwise in environments that maximize academic and social development consistent with the goal of full inclusion. V. Ensure that the education to persons who are blind or deaf or both is imparted in the most appropriate languages and modes and means of communication. V. Detect specific learning disabilities in children at the earliest and take suitable pedagogical and other measures to overcome them. V. Monitor participation, progress in terms of attainment levels and completion of education in respect of every student with disability. V. Provide transportation facilities to the children with disabilities and also the attendant of the children with disabilities having high support needs. 7.2. Orientation, interaction and liaising with all stakeholders. 7.2.1. Involving parents, teachers and stakeholders and the community is an important principle of quality, both in and out of the classroom. It is even more relevant in the case of inclusive education, which is much broader than formal education and should not only take place within the four walls of a classroom. Parents' collaboration with teachers and school is not only beneficial for children. There are also possible gains for all parties. It enhances constructive and extended parental interaction with children. 7.1. Integration in vision and mission of the school. 15 web links 328,299 and section ID equals 12,077 and section O equals 16 and order No equals 16 number 12,077 accessed on the 11th of May 2020 92 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Responsiveness and sensitivity to their needs. Regular interaction of parents help teacher in knowing about minutest detail of child with respect to special needs. Acquisition of a better understanding of family culture. 7.3. Empowering teachers. Role of in-service teacher training program is mandatory to create a community conducive to helping all students meet academic and behavioral goals. Ongoing and effective communication is essential for locating individuals, services and materials to best support all your students. Some key planning and teaching strategies can make a dramatic difference in reaching students with diverse abilities and skills. 7.3.1. Some strategies and techniques for principals for inclusion are: increase awareness and attitudinal change through advocacy. Create a future with trained professionals, pre-service training programs to help ensure that future generations of teachers enter the profession with the skills and knowledge to work in an inclusive environment. Build on existing human resources, in-service training and professional development. Organizing training workshops for educators and key community members on general inclusive education techniques, especially those which highlight how such techniques can benefit all children by improving overall quality of teaching. 7.3.2. Suggestive checklist for inclusive schools. S. No indicators Level 3, Level 2, Level 1. 1. Teachers attend workshops or class on developing an inclusive classroom and social, receiving advanced professional training on regular basis. 2. Teachers receive ongoing support for improving their understanding to accommodate subject curriculum for educational needs of children with special needs. Chapter 7, Making Schools Inclusive. 93. 3. General teacher and special educators and other related professional working together to support inclusive classroom practices in school. 4. Learning from diversified sources, learning while sharing, exploring, exchanging, school visits. 5. Teachers are encouraged to prepare case studies of students. 6. Teachers are given opportunity to visit inclusive schools with best practices. 7. Teachers are encouraged to enroll in online and distance education programs on inclusive schooling. 8. Teachers are encouraged to take up research and development in assessment, learning and performance of children with special needs and link to the Quality Initiative in school education. Level 1 never. Level 2 sometimes. Level 3 mostly, always. 94. In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 7.4.
Modification in curriculum planning, teaching methodology and assessment.
7.4.1. Curriculum planning. In continuation with the process of initiating inclusion of students with special needs in the general education classroom, educators are constantly looking forward to providing varied experiences for optimal learning. Although there are proven benefits of inclusion, traditional curricular and instructional techniques are not always sufficient for students with cognitive, emotional or physical disabilities. 7.4.1.1. Indicators. S. No indicators. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. 1. Inclusive committee uses the prescribed curriculum of the board with flexibility for adjustment in curriculum to meet the educational needs of children with special needs as specified by the board. 2. Inclusion committee ensures access to curriculum by modifying curriculum goals and classroom instruction using the age-appropriate material for assignments, homework and tests. 3. Inclusion committee ensures required adjustment and/or adaptation in the curriculum to meet the educational needs of children with special needs. Level 1 never. Level 2 sometimes. Level 3 mostly, always. Here the facilitators implementation of differentiated instruction techniques, using adaptive technologies, changing the student's physical environment, and integrating culturally responsive language and content into curriculum are all examples of curriculum enhancement. Chapter 7, Making Schools Inclusive. 95. 7.4.2. Teaching methodology. Experiential learning. Students are actively engaged in learning. 7.4.2.1. Classroom practices and instructional practices 16. Teacher must establish prior knowledge of student. Facilitator must proceed from the simple to complex by breaking up the learning into its parts. Use a step-by-step approach, teaching in small bits, with much practice and repetition. Reinforcement of abstract concepts with concrete, for example using real apple instead of showing apple card. Relate learning to children's lives using interest inventories. Using sensory elements, visual, auditory, and kinesthetic ones, like writing numbers in sand trays or creating foam cutouts for numbers and alphabets. Provide opportunities for success to build self-esteem. Concentrate on individual children, not syndromes. Give positives before negatives. Vary types of instruction and assessment, with multiple intelligences and cooperative learning. Establish a supportive, respectful classroom environment that 16 www. TeachHub.com 96 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Encourages students to ask questions and become actively involved in their learning. Increase students' self-awareness of levels and progress. Remember the basics such as teaching students proper hygiene, social skills, respecting others, effectively listening, or reading directions on a worksheet, in addition to the 3 R's, reading, writing and arithmetic. Effectively communicate and collaborate with families, students and colleagues. Have faith and high expectations of all children, focusing on their strength and abilities rather than on their disabilities. 7.4.3. Behavior modification. When students with special needs exhibit inappropriate and belligerent behavior, classroom activities can become stressful and uncivilized, leading to frustration and anxiety for everyone involved. In order for every child to have the opportunity to grow and learn in a healthy academic environment, teachers and administrators must use disciplinary actions and behavior modification strategies to ensure the safety and productivity of their classrooms. 7.4.3.1. Managing commonly observed behavior problems. Behavior suggested strategies. Inability in comprehending a plan, has high expectation but lacks plan of action. Sets out to get straight, as, ends up with, F's, sets unrealistic goals. Assist the student in framing long-term goals and break the goal into obtainable paths. Appropriate questions should be asked to know whether the student would be able to do the task and how. Frequently taking feedback to know whether the student has achieved the set goal. Appropriate time scheduling has been done to complete each step to reach the desired goal. Unable to sequence and complete the steps to accomplish the required task. Simplifying task into achievable steps. Give examples and strategies to accomplish task. Moving ahead without completing the previous task. Outlining the requirements of a completed activity, e.g., complete one task and move on to the other. Difficulty in comprehending instructions from others. Channeling the attention of students before giving instructions. Cues can be used by combining verbal and written directions. Give one instruction at a time followed by reinforcement. Recapitulation activity should be done. Chapter 7. Making Schools Inclusive 97. Progressing from simple to complex. Assignments and activities should be prioritized in terms of difficulty level. Suitable examples should be given for students' reference. Difficulty in maintaining consistency and accuracy over time. Providing short assignment and maintaining quality. Frequent positive reinforcements should be given to the students. Difficulty in assignments completing. Time-bound short assignment should be given. Monitoring of work, assignment completion. Appointing a peer buddy for assistance. Problem in retention, provide study strategies, PQRST, mnemonics. skimming, visualization, for better retention. Combine visual, auditory, textual and kinesthetic cues to strengthen the memory. Difficulty in assessment. Extra time should be provided with the provision of oral, online assessment. The format should be child-friendly, uncluttered and direct with working space for students' response. Confusion from non-verbal cues, misreads body language, etc. Directly teach, tell the student, what non-verbal cues mean. Model and have student practice reading cues in a safe setting. Confusion from written material, difficulty finding main idea from a paragraph. Attributes greater importance to minor details. Provide students with a copy of reading material with main ideas underlined or highlighted. Provide an outline of important points from reading material. Teach outlining, main idea, details concepts. Difficulty sustaining attention to tasks or other activities, easily distracted by extraneous stimuli. Reward attention. Break up activities into small units. Reward for timely accomplishment. 98 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 7.5. Different ways of assessment. A facilitator can assess students in different ways. Visually and low vision child. Teacher can assess the child by giving a large font paper. Distraction-free seating and proper lighting. Oral responses. Recorded assessment. Using scribe. Hearing impaired. Limited questions to answer. Use of communication boards. Encourage sign language. Online exams. Continuous assessment, through activities, sheets etc. Specific learning disability. Mark for content not for spelling. Use of graphic organizers. Labeling of diagrams instead of drawing. MCQs. Option-based questions. 7.6. High Five Learning Strategy. The above learning activities generate interest and provide variety of avenues through which a teaching learning process can be implemented for diverse learners. Chapter 7. Making Schools Inclusive 99. 7.6.1. Sports and Children with Special Needs. Exercise and sports benefit all children as it provides energy channelization and release of happy hormones which keep them healthy and fit. Sports can help in building self-confidence, improving interpersonal skill and team spirit. It also helps in weight management, which is a common problem among today's kids. Watch this, web links. 7.6.1.1. Benefits of sports. 7.6.2. Role of visual art. The art can level the playing field, because children with difficulties in academic subjects might excel at drawing, painting, acting or dancing and singing. 100 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 7.6.3. Storytelling using puppets will be more interesting and interactive. Web links. Storytelling with puppets. 7.6.4. Role of music. 7.6.5. Role of dramatics. 17. Drama is often about collaboration and negotiation, and when it is used in mixed ability groups it can act as a bridge between children with special needs and others in their peer group. It can enable students with particular difficulties, and provides an ideal environment to encourage students to work together and to develop trust and friendships. 17 Web links. PHP accessed on the 16th of May 2020. Chapter 7, Making Schools Inclusive 101. 7.7. Accommodation in classroom, playground, subject enrichment program, case study, accommodations and modifications. 18. Vivek is an 8th grade student who has learning disabilities in reading and writing. He is in a regular 8th grade class that is team taught by a general education teacher and a special education teacher. Modifications and accommodations provided for Vivek's daily school routine include the following. Vivek will have shorter reading and writing assignments. His textbooks will be based upon the 8th grade curriculum but at his independent reading level, 4th grade. He will have test questions read, explained to him, when he asks. He will give his answers to essay-type questions by speaking, rather than writing them down. Modifications or accommodations are most often made in the following areas. Scheduling. For example, giving the student extra time to complete assignments or tests, breaking up testing over several days. Setting. For example, working in a small group, working one-on-one with the teacher, jump 2 laps instead of 4 in playground. Materials. For example, providing audio-taped lectures or books, giving copies of teachers' lecture notes using large print books, braille, or books on CD, digital text. Instruction. For example, reducing the difficulty of assignments, reducing the reading level using a student, peer tutor. Student response. For example, allowing answers to be given orally or dictated using a word processor for written work. Using sign language, a communication device, braille, or native language if it is not English. 18. Developing your child's IEP, web links accessed on the 16th of May 2020. 102. In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 7.7.1. Room accommodations. Special chairs or cushions, lower or high table or chair, tilted, desktop. Different or additional lighting, not fluorescent, sitting by a window for natural light. Sitting close to the blackboard or teacher, sitting away from others. Stand instead of sitting or sitting instead of standing. Picture schedules, visual cues or visual timer. Quiet times or places to help concentration. Color coding. Visual organization of the room and supplies. Keeping materials for student and handing out as needed. Have at least part of the room bare with nothing on walls, ceilings or floors. 7.7.2. Teacher accommodations. Don't wear cologne, hard on allergies. Don't wear a lot of jewelry, distracts kids with ADHD. Count to 10 before letting anyone answer questions, processing time. Vary teaching methods. Projects for extra credit or in place of timed tests. Giving instructions one step at a time instead of all at once. Ask questions to get repeat of information. Divide the class, small groups, peer partners, peer tutors. Set up lessons, community instruction, role-playing activities. Change the learning goals, more time, cooperate, share. Create alternative activity, learning center, research teams. 7.8. A shadow teacher, fortifying lives from behind. A shadow teacher is to support the student who needs optimal learning, and support, in his/her school academics. The teacher fills in the gaps in the learning process, to help the student build self-confidence as well as to promote positive interaction in the classroom. The teacher helps the student focus on important concepts and support in every possible way to develop academic and social skills. 7.8.1. The student benefits from the shadow teacher because the student follows regular classroom instruction and interaction with his/her peers. They learn to build on his/her strengths and not his/her weaknesses. The student receives required educational enrichment. Chapter 7. Making Schools Inclusive. 103. The school benefits by the shadow teacher because there is a collaborative effort to meet the special needs of the particular student. The parents benefit because they have daily communication with an adult who knows what is going on in school and what events are taking place. Additionally, the parents develop a sense of safety and security for their child. Source: web links. Welcome, the role of a shadow teacher. Web links. A soul partner, a friend, philosopher and guide. A buddy or a soul partner helps students to feel valued and supported, teach important social skills and create a caring ethos in the school. A soul partner is appointed from the class, keeping in mind the needs and personality of the student. The buddy provides academic, emotional and social support to the child with special needs and helps him in achieving the desired goals. 7.9. Parent as partner, helps students to emerge as confident individuals. Successful implementation of an inclusive education program designed by the school constantly require the involvement and support from the parents and family as they have the most complete understanding of a child's physical, social, developmental and socio-cultural fabric of the family history. Teachers must welcome parent contact and address their concern. Parents must provide additional help to the child in absorbing what the child has learnt in the school, or help in practicing skills. 104 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Regular contact and good relationship between inclusion team and parents, family members can assist a child with special needs progress. If any parent can spare time, she can also join the school's support team. Quality indicators. S. No indicators Level 3, Level 2, Level 1. 1. The school encourages parents, families to visit the school and to communicate regularly with school staff on topics important to both the family and the school to assess the students' needs and designing the educational needs. 2. Schools assist the parents, families accessing informal support networks and community resources. 3. All teachers explain the value and purpose of an inclusive education to parents, family members of children with special needs in their classes. 4. All teachers communicate regularly with parents, family members about the progress of special needs child in learning and achievement. Level 1 Never. Level 2 Sometimes. Level 3 Mostly, always. All aboard. Using the above suggestive methods, we can all make our schools inclusive. For more details, please attend the CBSE Capacity Building Program on Inclusivity and Inclusivity Strategies. Collaboration Counts, Hubs of Learning. Chapter 8106 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. As a CBSE principal, I have come to understand that the overall aim of the board is to create a school system that provides the most joyful, creative, exploratory and vibrant school experience and environment for its learners and the most satisfactory experience for its teachers. There are several best and innovative practices already existing within the affiliated schools of CBSE, and the board wishes schools to learn from each other and partner with each other to augment their self-improvement. We the principals. CBSE wishes schools to learn from each other and partner each other for their growth through self-improvement. With this aim in mind, hubs of learning have been formed. 8.1. What are hubs of learning? The board has taken up several initiatives that impact positively on the quality of education. One such measure is the creation of hubs of learning notified with a circular number UF 12 dated March 9, 2019. It is a part of the policy of the board to share, cooperate and learn from each other by forming a small cluster of schools into hubs of learning, for collaboration among schools for quality enhancement. Hubs of learning have been formed as clusters of 4 to 6 neighborhood schools each, for the purpose of collaborative growth, promoting self-improvement and for ensuring the enhancement of the quality of education. 8.2. Mission of hubs. To create an environment of collaboration for learning guided by 21st century skills. 8.3. What is the need for collaboration through hubs? This collaborative partnership between schools is needed to create an ecosystem for the schools to take up effective all-round self-improvement. This collaboration will allow not only sharing of best practices, but also the possibility of adaptation or even replication of these practices. It is expected that school leadership would assume greater responsibility towards improving the quality of their schools and also extend their support to neighborhood schools. All schools in a given group are expected to be givers, as well as receivers, of support, fresh ideas, resources, opportunities for student learning, opportunities for teacher learning, other joint activities, etc. The board is of the view that there is as much to learn from a small school with fewer resources as from a large school with several resources. Chapter 8, Collaboration Counts, Hubs of Learning 107. 8.4. Need for Hubs of Learning, 108 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. 8.5. Objectives of Hubs. 8.6. Hubs of Learning with Sahodiyas. Though the hubs and Sahodai may like to work in harmony with each other for defined activities for a defined period, it may be noted that the hubs of learning are in no way coterminous with, or an extension of Sahodai. Therefore, Sahodai groups cannot give directions to these hubs or join them. Further, it must be understood that unlike Sahodai, which is a voluntary effort, the hubs of learning are mandated by the board. The linking of schools into hubs of learning would provide a common and shared platform with the objectives to 1. Create a culture of support and healthy interdependence across different areas of teaching learning with curriculum planning, teaching learning activities and other school practices. 2. Promote solidarity by facilitating joint conduct of various student, staff activities culminating in an enriched school life. 4. Enable sharing of resources, manpower, infrastructure, teaching learning material etc. 3. Provide an opportunity to share a repertoire of ideas, instructional and assessment strategies which would help individual teachers to improve classroom practices and contribute to their continuous professional development. Objectives of Hubs of Learning Chapter 8, Collaboration Counts, Hubs of Learning 109. 8.7. If you are a lead collaborator. 8.8. As a hub member, you will from among the schools participating in a hall, one school shall be nominated as lead collaborator school by the board on the basis of board results and other criteria. As a hub member, 8.8. As a hub member, you will from among the schools participating in a hall, one school shall be nominated as lead collaborator school by the board on the basis of board results and other criteria, such as pupil-teacher ratio, innovative practices in the school, etc. You will 4. Get all the schools of its hall on board. Ensure that all schools devise their own systems for quality enhancement and self-improvement. 4. Function as such for a maximum period of 2 years. 4. Take up all mentioned activities but at their own pace, depending on their capacity and ability. 4. Provide handholding support to all schools in its hub to ensure the implementation of safety guidelines as laid down in CBSE affiliation bylaws. 4. Share information and expertise, observations and reflections on areas such as annual pedagogical plans, curriculum plans and transaction strategies, learning outcomes, innovative pedagogy, etc. that would encourage the adoption of best practices. 4. Make efforts for co-planning of curriculum transaction and if required, and feasible, even co-teaching in areas of difficulty. 4. Organize various activities together, such as quizzes, project demonstrations, art exhibitions, and other co-curricular and extracurricular activities as mutually decided. 4. Cooperate with each other in the area of educational and school-related needs of children with special needs. 4. Help each other in the creation of new knowledge and designing novel pedagogical strategies to provide holistic education. 4. Add to each other's organizational and administrative skills. 4. Share, exchange resources, manpower, infrastructure etc. as far as possible. 4. Ensure digital collaboration, share content and other digital resources, learn from each other's digital tools for better teaching and learning and even administrative practices. 110. In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 4. Collaborate in teaching and learning of skill courses with tying up jointly with industry, etc. 4. Support each other in professional development by exchanging or participating in each other's in-service training programs, and sharing information related to this. Training of all school teachers has been made mandatory in Affiliation Bylaw, 2018, by providing for minimum number of days of training per year. Training is to be conducted preferably in association with the COEs of the board or through any teachers training institute recognized by the center, UT, state, regional teachers training institutions. 4. Promote academic enrichment through teacher exchange programs, common science fairs, joint seminars, workshops, trainings, exchange of ideas, instructional strategies and assessment procedure. 4. Create a sense of community to overcome isolation by making conscious and dedicated efforts to forge partnerships with each other to give and receive support. Disregarding the notions of hierarchy and learn to work together. Celebrating success and analyzing failure collectively to gain insights.
Engage in systemic reforms including mutually beneficial professional learning that has the power to facilitate systemic
changes in school processes and culture. 8.9. How to know your hub? All CBSE affiliated schools have been grouped in hubs of learning. Schools can go to the following link to track their hub. Web links login. ASPX. We the principals. AS Hubs members. Hubs have been made for collective growth of all CBSE affiliated schools and are NOT to be taken or canvassed as a level of superiority or power by the lead collaborator schools. Each member of the hub is important and all members of the hub are equal. Participation of all schools of the hub must be ensured. Regular interaction among the hub schools must be done. Each school must get an opportunity to conduct the activities. It must be noted that the activities can be taken up even in the minimum of resources available. Maximum utilization of readily available resources should be done without posing any financial burden on any school. Chapter 8, Collaboration Counts, Hubs of Learning 111. A committee is to be formed in each school comprising principal and other teachers who can help in the activities of the hub. The principal can either nominate such teachers or also ask the teachers to volunteer for the activities of the hub. Each school must identify and decide its priorities for self-improvement, and the areas of concern, discussing in detail with 8.10. How to inject energy for this initiative in your school? 8.10.1. At your schools. A. Constitute a school hub committee. B. Decide self-improvement priorities. All teachers and SMCs. Accordingly, it can further put its requirement before the hub. 8.10.2. At the hub level. A. The first meeting. B. Then. 4. Lead collaborator school will call for the first meeting. It will inform each school to bring its own annual calendar and the list of self-improvement priorities. 4. The best practices of each school can also be shared in this meeting. The concerned school can present the same in the hub meeting and also circulate its documentation amongst the hub schools. 4. The common time, dates where various activities related to the hub of schools can be conducted could be identified. 112 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. C. Next. Annual hub calendar will be prepared. 4. Accordingly, the details of the annual calendar of possible activities in the hub can be discussed and outlined, taking care of the requirement of each school. 4. The hub calendar shall ideally contain list of activities. Along with the calendar, the following can be shared through a mail. What is hoped to be achieved through the activity or the expected outcomes. List of persons responsible for the activities and timelines of the activity. How the activity will be executed in the hub. Rubrics for assessing the activity for whether the expected outcomes have been achieved. Likely challenges and possible solutions to those challenges. D. Thereafter. 4. The overall hub calendar can be shared on a common social media platform or a hub school website or through emails. Magazine, blogs, managed by lead school, if deemed fit, can also be used for this. 4. Subsequent meetings can be in any school as may be decided jointly. 4. Hubs should make it a practice to visit all schools in the hub through these meetings. A. How many meetings of a hub? 4. It is desirable that the hub meets once every month. The meeting can also be virtual through Skype, etc. If the schools of the hub are not located in the same city or are remotely located from each other. 4. Wherever joint activities are possible, such as teacher trainings, art exhibitions, pedagogical planning, etc. There the number of meetings may accordingly be increased. The venue of joint activities too shall be jointly decided. Chapter 8, Collaboration Counts, Hubs of Learning 113. G. Documentation, how and why? How? Why? 4. It is advisable to maintain brief minutes of all meetings and activities of the hub, as it will help in measuring the improvements in hub schools. 4. The progress in each area of hub activity by each school must be jointly monitored and analyzed by the entire hub. The hub could think of developing their own set of rubrics for monitoring progress in each activity. The board may ask for list of activities undertaken and achievements, if any, by schools, at the time of registration of the school's candidates for board examinations. At the time of school inspection for extension or upgradation, the aforementioned record will also be checked to ascertain the genuine efforts made by the schools for self-improvement. This will be done with the objective to facilitate reflection and help set goals. All aboard. Go through Handbook on Hubs of Learning available at www.cbse Academic. NIC. In As I Did. What CBSE expects from US. Chapter 9 What CBSE expects from us 115. I have jotted down a list of expectations of CBSE from us as principals. With each aspect, I have enumerated the CBSE policies and initiatives. With these, I have listed the possible expectations of CBSE from us principals, and whether we have been able to meet each of them or not. Let's have a look at that. 9.1. Academic Expectations. 9.1.1. Subjects at secondary level. Refer to the latest curriculum document on www.cbse Academic. NIC. In. All aboard. CBSE does not follow any stream-wise division of subjects. This means a student can opt any subject of his, her choice. For example, she can opt fashion studies with physics, mathematics and accountancy. We as principals are expected to ensure that we do not lay down streams in our schools. We only teach those subjects in our schools for which we have specific permission from the board. We ensure that we run only approved number of sections. We follow teacher, numbers and qualifications, norms, out of subjects clubbed together. Only one subject is opted by a student. Class 10 languages subjects other than languages 1. Hindi course, A. Agriculture 2. Hindi course, B. Mathematics. 3. English language and literature science 4. Punjabi Hindustani music, vocal 5. Malayalam introduction to tourism 6. Tamil information technology 7. Kannada retail 8. Urdu course, B. painting 9. Odia introduction to financial markets 10. French computer applications 11. Bengali home science 116 in pursuit of excellence, a handbook for principals 12. Telugu, Andhra Pradesh automotive 13. Telugu, Telangana security 14. Marathi food production 15. Nepali multi-skill foundation course 16. Urdu course, A. apparel 17. Arabic elements of business 18. Assamese media 19. Gujarati banking and insurance 20. Manipuri beauty and wellness 21. German Hindustani music, melodic instruments 22. Tibetan Hindustani music, percussion instruments 23. Spanish National Cadet Corps 24. Limbu Healthcare 25. Mizo Front Office Operations 26. Lepcha Karnataka Music, Vocal 27. Bhutia Karnataka Music Percussion Instruments 28. Japanese Carnatic Music, Melodic Instruments 29. Sindhi Elementary Bookkeeping and Accountancy 30. Bodo Marketing and Sales 31. Tankhal Social Science 32. Gurum Artificial Intelligence 33. Kashmiri 34. Rai 35. Sherpa 36. Bahasa Malaysia 37. Tamil 38. Persian 39. Russian Chapter 9, What CBSE Expects from Us 117. 40. Sanskrit 41. Thai. Class 12 Languages 1. Arabic 2. Assamese 3. Bengali 4. Bhutia 5. Bodo 6. English Course 7. English Elective 8. French 9. German 10. Gujarati 11. Hindi Core 12. Hindi Elective 13. Japanese 14. Kannada 15. Kashmiri 16. Lepcha 17. Limbu 18. Malayalam 19. Manipuri 20. Marathi 21. Mizo 22. Nepali 23. Odia 24. Persian 9.1.2. Subjects at senior secondary level. Refer to the latest curriculum document on www.cbse Academic. NIC. In 118 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 25. Punjabi 26. Russian 27. Sanskrit Core 28. Sanskrit Elective 29. Sindhi 30. Spanish 31. Tamil 32. Tankhal 33. Telugu, Andhra Pradesh 34. Telugu Telangana 35. Tibetan 36. Urdu Core 37. Urdu Elective. Class 12 Subjects other than languages. 1. Accountancy 2. App, Commercial Art 3. Agriculture 4. Air conditioning and refrigeration. 5. Applied physics. 6. Applied chemistry. 7. Applied mathematics. 8. Automotive. 9. Banking. 10. Beauty and wellness. 11. Biotechnology. 12. Biology. Class 12 subjects other than languages refer to the latest curriculum document on www.cbse Academic. NIC. In Chapter 9, What CBSE Expects from Us 119. 13. Business Studies. 14. Business Administration. 15. Carnatic Music, Vocal. 16. Carnatic Music Percussion Instruments. 17. Carnatic Music, Melodic Instruments. 18. Chemistry. 19. Computer Science. 20. Cost Accounting. 21. Dance, Kathak. 22. Dance Bharatnatyam. 23. Dance, Odissi. 24. Dance Kuchipudi. 25. Dance Manipuri. 26. Dance Kathakali. 27. Design. 28. Early Childhood Care and Education. 29. Economics. 30. Entrepreneurship. 31. Electrical Technology. 32. Electronic Technology. 33. Engineering Graphics. 34. Fashion Studies. 35. Financial Markets Management. 36. Food Nutrition and Dietetics. 37. Food Production. 38. Front Office Operations. 39. Geography 120 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. 40. Graphics. 41. Geospatial Technology. 42. Healthcare. 43. History. 44. Hindustani Music Vocal. 45. Hindustani Music, Percussion Instruments. 46. Hindustani Music, Melodic Instruments. 47. Horticulture. 48. Home Science. 49. Insurance. 50. Informatics Practice. 51. Information Technology. 52. Knowledge Tradition and Practices of India. 53. Legal Studies. 54. Library and Information Science. 55. Mathematics. 56. Mass Media Studies. 57. Marketing. 58. Medical Diagnostics. 59. Media. 60. Music Production. 61. National Cadet Corps, NCC. 62. Office Procedures and Practices. 63. Physical Education. 64. Physics. 65. Political Science. 66. Painting Chapter 9, What CBSE Expects from US 121. 67. Psychology. 68. Retail. 69. Sociology. 70. Shorthand, English. 71. Shorthand Hindi. 72. Sculpture. 73. Salesmanship. 74. Taxation. 75. Textile design. 76. Tourism. 77. Typography and computer application. 78. Web application. 79. X-ray technician. 80. Yoga. 9.1.3. Books. Books. For more details, please see Chapter 2 of Affiliation Bylaws, 2018. Clause provision in Affiliation Bylaws. 2.4.7a. The school may prescribe NCERT textbooks in the classes and subjects in which these have been published by the NCERT. Extreme care should be taken in the selection of books of private publishers so that there is no objectionable content that hurts the feeling of any class, community, gender or any religious group in society. B. The school shall put a list of prescribed books on its website with the written declaration duly signed by the manager and the principal to the effect that they have gone through the contents of the books prescribed by the school and own the responsibility. If a school is found prescribing a book having any objectionable content, the responsibility for such content shall lie with the school and action will be initiated against the school by the board. 122 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 9.1.4. Expectations of CBSE. CBSE Initiative Expectation of CBSE from US Principals. Measures taken by me, yes, no. Learning outcomes, loss. Link for loss at elementary level. Web links. NIC. In, publication, miscellaneous, PDF_files, TILOPS 101. PDF. 4. Adopt learning outcomes, mapped to curriculum, for teaching, learning and assessment. All teachers must teach learning outcome by learning outcome in class, teach lessons based on learning outcomes in the class. 4. Map the curriculum of classes 1 to 8 with the loss. Prepare lesson plans accordingly. Principal as pedagogical leader. 4. Schools principal to have a crucial role in the evolution of the teaching learning ecosystem as the head and pedagogical leader of their schools. 4. Promote innovative pedagogy. Ensure joyful learning. 4. Develop school-specific resources for teaching and learning. 4. Ensure proper in-house training of teachers in the school. Annual Pedagogical Plan. 4. Schools' Annual Pedagogical Plan to be developed. Notified Vide Circular Number. ACAD 15/2019 dated the 9th of March 2019 and Suggestive Guidelines for the Annual Pedagogical Plan shared Vide Circular Number. ACAD -49/2019 dated the 5th of September 2019. 4. Prepare the pedagogical plan and implement it. 4. Prepare the annual pedagogical plan of my school. 4. Sent to CBSE. Integration of arts in pedagogy. 4. Vide Circular No. ACAD -12/2019 dated the 8th of March 2019, Integrated Arts with Teaching Learning Process. 4. Prepare lesson plans integrating arts with other subjects. Chapter 9. What CBSE expects from us. 123. Mandatory art education. 4. Ensure a minimum of 2 periods per week for each class and section in the timetable. 4. Incorporate in the timetable. 4. Practicing it. Culinary art. 4. Ensure it is part of the art education timetable for any one of the classes between class 6 to 8. Through culinary art, teach the students about nutrition, fitness, crops of India, seasonal fruits and vegetables, junk food, how to cook, etc. 4. Incorporate in the timetable. 4. Practicing it. Experiential pedagogy. 4. Adopt experiential learning and promote other innovative pedagogy. 4. Prepare lesson plans to practice experiential learning. Mandatory health and physical education. 4. Keep aside at least 1 period per day for each class, section for this in the timetable. 4. Incorporate in the timetable. CBSE handbooks and manuals. 4 handbooks and manuals on several subjects have been prepared by the board and are available at http:// http://cbse academic. NIC. In, Manual. HTML. 4. Ensure their proper dissemination to all stakeholders in the school. 4. Arrange for discussion on these handbooks. 4. Download these handbooks. 4. Arranged for discussion among teachers and students on each. Display the list of prescribed textbooks on website along with declaration by principal and manager. 4. This must be done before the commencement of every academic session. 4. List displayed 124 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 9.2. Examinations. 9.2.1. Sample papers. As the term suggests, sample papers are the question papers, practice tests that are made as per the latest syllabus, guidelines and blueprints issued by CBSE every year. These papers are issued much in advance so that the students can prepare well for the year-end examination. 9.2.1.1. Marking Scheme. It is a system for awarding points for correct answers of a proficiency in an examination or competition. CBSE prepares marking schemes for all subjects and these are also uploaded on the website after the declaration of result. CBSE marking schemes give weightage to creative and innovative answers. 9.2.2. Conduct of board examination. As a principal, we must ensure that 4. Evaluation is given top priority. If schools do not relieve their teachers for evaluation, board may impose fine, take necessary action as per bylaws and also the result of the school may not be declared. 4. All teachers appointed as evaluators by CBSE are relieved for evaluation duty for the entire period of evaluation. 4. Teachers carry their identity card every day. 4. The teachers appointed as evaluators by CBSE are not called for school work during the evaluation. 4. Teachers are deputed for the evaluation work in the ratio of 80:1, 80 candidates from a school, 1 teacher of the relevant subject. 4. School activities are rescheduled to facilitate uninterrupted evaluation work of the Board Examination 2019. Chapter 9. What CBSE expects from us 125. 9.2.3. Expectations of CBSE. CBSE Initiative Expectation of CBSE. From U.S. Principals. Measures taken by me, yes, no. Change in pattern of question papers for board examinations. 4. Candidates should be kept informed of all developments related to board exams. 4. Developed a system for informing all students. 2 levels mathematics for AISSE, notified WIDE Circular No ACAD 03 dated the 10th of January 2019 and facts available at the link web links newsite, circulars, 2019, 03_circular FAQ_2019. PDF. 4. Candidates and parents should be kept informed of all developments related to this, including the SQPs, to enable them to decide on the level to apply for during LOC registration. 4. Informed parents and students. 4. Clarified all their queries regarding the matter. Internal assessment, portfolio. 4. Portfolios to be developed by students as per the curriculum guidelines. 4. Explain teachers and students how to prepare portfolios. 4. Enabling teachers to continuously oversee the progress in portfolios. Internal assessment, marks uploading. 4. Ensure uploading of correct marks. 4. Ensure uploading of marks within the prescribed time schedule. 4. Put system in place. Practical examination. 4. Practical examinations. Held in month of January, February. 4. Candidates should be kept informed of all developments related to board examinations. 4. All practicals, as per the curriculum, done by students 126 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Uploading of report of AE and AIL. 4. Ensure uploading of correct data. 4. Put system in place and ensure correctness. Permission for additional subject, notified with a circular number. Cod, Ross, 2019 dated the 6th of May 2019. 4. Schools to comply. 4. Complied with CBSE directions, in case of requirement of permission. Permission for additional student, notified with a circular number. Cod, SO PTG, LOC, 2019 dated the 5th of April 2019. 4. Schools to comply. 4. Complied with CBSE directions, in case of requirement of permission. Sample question papers 4 SQPs for all subjects, reflecting the changed exam paper pattern, have been uploaded on CBSE website. 4 candidates should be kept informed of SQPs. 4 links. 4 http://CBSE Academic. NIC. In SQP_class X_2019_20. HTML 4 http://CBSE Academic. NIC. In SQP_class XII_2019_20. HTML. 4 downloaded all SQPs. 4 students informed. 4 practice done. Scheduling of examination 4 board examinations for small subjects shall begin from mid-February and for all major subjects shall commence from first working day in March every year. Exact schedule shall be notified. 4 candidates should be kept informed of all developments related to board exams. Chapter 9. What CBSE expects from us. 127. Upload copies of all transfer certificates issued on school website. 4. This is necessary for the board in general and also to obtain documentary evidence of all transfers that take place before or after LOC. Please see circular number. CBSE, TC, uploading, 2018 dated the 1st of October 2018. 4. This must be updated same day as issue of transfer certificate. Scheme of study. Combination of subjects, notified with a circular number CBSE, LOC, 112509 dated the 2nd of August 2019 of CBSE. 4 schools to comply. 4 students made aware of the scheme of study. 4 students given freedom to choose the subject they like. CWSN facilitation, notified with a circular number CBSE, Cod, 112233 2019 dated the 12th of April 2019 of CBSE. 4 candidates and parents should be kept informed of all developments related to this. 4 They must follow the protocols laid down. 4 All necessary information given to CWSN students and their parents. 9.3. Skill education. CBSE initiative expectation of CBSE. From U.S. Principals. Measures taken by me, yes, no. New skill subjects, notified with a circular number ACAD-14 2019 dated the 9th of March 2019 of CBSE. 4 Inform policy. 4 Inform students and parents about the skill education policy of CBSE and skill education subjects. Change in QP pattern, notified with a notification number 29 dated the 27th of September 2018 of CBSE. 4 Inform about the changes in the pattern. 4 Inform the students and parents about the changes in the pattern. 128 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 9.4. CBSE competitions. The list may vary session-wise, depending upon the addition, modification in the existing list. CBSE competition expectations of CBSE. From U.S. Principals. Measures taken by me, yes, no. CBSE Heritage India Quiz, notified with a circular number. ACAD 45 dated the 28th of August 2019. 4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. 4. Informed students about the activity. 4. Made the students aware about the benefits of these activities. 4. Encouraged their participation. CBSE Cluster, Zonal and National Sport Meet, with a circular number ACAD-29/2019 dated the 30th of May 2019 of CBSE. 4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. CBSE Expression Series, with a circular number ACAD 37 dated the 16th of August 2019 of CBSE. 4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. CBSE Science Exhibition, Fair, notified with a circular number ACAD
53 dated the 17th of September 2019, to be held in November 2019 January 2020.
4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. Art Exhibition, to be conducted in the month of DEC 2019 January 2020. Notification is under preparation. 4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. CBSE Storytelling Competition, notified with a circular number ACAD 70 dated the 8th of November 2019. 4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. Chapter 9. What CBSE expects from us 129. 9.5. Capacity Building Programs. CBSE Policy Expectation from CBSE. Principles. Measures taken by me, yes, no. Mandatory in-house training of teachers 3 days. I. This has been notified with a circular no. 13/2019 dated the 9th of March 2019. 4. From the academic session 2019-20 onwards it is mandated, and it must reflect in documentary evidence. 4. Organized, planned 3 days in-house training of teachers. Mandatory 2 days training of teachers in association with COEs. I. This has been notified with a circular no. 13/2019 dated the 9th of March 2019. 4. From the academic session 2019-20 onwards it is mandated, and it must reflect in documentary evidence. 4. Sent teachers for the 2 days training with COEs. Science Promotion Test 4. Inform students that it is to be conducted in the month of January to February 2020. Aryabhatta Ganit Challenge, notified with a circular no. ACAD 62. Dated the 30th of October 2019. 4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. CBSE Reading Challenge 4. Inform students that it is to be conducted in December 2019 to January 2020.
Fit India Week, notified with a circular number
ACAD 71, the 20th of November 2019. 4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. Ek Bharat Shreshtha Bharat activities. 4. Inform students about the activity and encourage their participation. 130 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Mandatory 2 days training of principals. I. This has been notified with a circular no. 13/2019 dated the 9th of March 2019. 4. From the academic session 2019-20 onwards it is mandated, and it must reflect in documentary evidence. 4. Attended 2 days training. Mandatory full-time training of 5 days of all teachers in the school once in every 3 years. I. This has been notified with a circular no. 13/2019 dated the 9th of March 2019. 4. From the academic session 2019-20 onwards it is mandated, and it must reflect in documentary evidence. 4. Made an action plan for the 5 days training of all teachers. Mandatory theme for training of teachers in 2019-20. I. With a circular number 13 dated the 9th of March 2019 of CBSE, this has been notified as Experiential Learning and Innovative Pedagogy. 4. The principal must arrange for in-house training of all teachers on theme of the year and ensure completion of training by October 2019. 4. Informed all teachers about the annual theme of training. CBSE Shiksha Vani, a podcast app. I. With a circular number ACAD 18 dated the 18th of March 2019 of CBSE, this has been notified. E. This podcast shall be used for capacity building of teachers in large measure. 4. School principals and teachers are invited to contribute audios on varied subjects relating to school education and send them to cbsepodcast@gmail.com. 4. Selected audios will be podcast. 4. Contributed to CBSE Shiksha Vani. 4. If not, planning it for the near future in the current session Chapter 9, What CBSE Expects from Us 131. Lead collaborator of Hubs of Learning to take the lead. I. Notified with a notification CBSE, ACAD, JS, AHA, 2019 dated the 23rd of May 2019 and the 22nd of July 2019 of CBSE. 4. The lead collaborator school's principal shall be responsible for taking up activities as per circular along with other hub members. 4. As the lead collaborator, taking up activities as per circular. Member schools of Hubs of Learning. I. With a notification activities Indiana 2019-20. A ready reckoner for CBSE schools CBSE, ACAD, JS, AHA, 2019 dated the 23rd of May 2019 and the 22nd of July 2019 of CBSE, this has been notified. 4. The member schools principals shall be responsible for taking up activities as per circular as lead collaborator along with other hub members. 4. As a member school, participating in activities as per circular. Compendium of courses. I. With a press release dated the 19th of March 2019 of CBSE, this has been notified at link http://cbse. NIC. In, Newsite, attach, press %20 release %20 the 19th of March 2019. PDF. 4. Candidates and parents should be given A copies of this for their own understanding and study. 4. Given A copies to parents and students. 4. Informed about the gist of the content of the compendium. Extension, upgradation application online. 4. The 1st of January to the 31st of March every year. Please ensure all your documents are completed before application process. 4. Ensuring the completion of all documents before application 132 in pursuit of excellence. A handbook for principals. 9.6. Environment conservation. CBSE policy expectation from CBSE. Principals. Measures taken by me, yes, no. Promotion of conservation of environment on campus and generation of awareness. I. All possible action may be taken to promote conservation on campus and to generate awareness. 4. Read the CBSE ECOCLUB guidelines. 4. Implemented saving 1 liter per child drive. 4. Implemented one child one sapling plant drive. 9.7. Affiliation. CBSE policy expectation from CBSE. Principals. Measures taken by me, yes, no. Updating of certification for safe drinking water, fire safety, building safety certificate, elevator safety, health and hygiene certificate, etc. As per requirements. 4. Ensure all certificates that have a bearing on the safety of the students in the school campus are updated from time to time. 4. All certificates are updated. Maintaining teachers' service records record and file. 4. Ensure all documents, like appointment letter, service records are complete. 4. Service records of all teachers are up to date. Uploading annual A return on OASIS. 4. Ensure this is done every year as per date to be specified by notice on portal. 4. All details regularly updated in OASIS. Periodic safety audit of school. 4. It is a non-negotiable responsibility of the principal. 4. Periodic safety audit done. Chapter 9. What CBSE expects from us. 133. 9.8. School website. CBSE policy expectation from CBSE principals. Measures taken by me. Yes, no. School website. For every affiliated school will develop its own website containing comprehensive information such as affiliation status, details of infrastructure, details of teachers including qualifications, number of students, address, postal and email, telephone nos. Copies of transfer certificates issued, etc. as may be directed by the board from time to time. The website so created should also have information with regard to fees charged. 4. Keep this updated all year round. 4. School website is regularly updated. Uploading of annual report of the school on the website. 4. Prepare its annual report containing comprehensive information including name, address, postal and email, telephone numbers, affiliation status, period of affiliation, details of infrastructures, academic calendar, details of teachers including qualifications, details of teachers training, academic achievements, write-up on all efforts made in the field of environment education, sports achievements, innovations, overall results, PTA activities, important SMC decisions, number of students, etc. and post the same on school's website. 4. On or before the 15th of September 2019. 4. Annual report is regularly updated on the school website. 134. In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Some more to be followed. Fitness and wellness. Principal must ensure that the teachers have incorporated integrated sport, various forms, for curriculum transaction in all classes and all subjects, wherever applicable, up to 12th in their annual pedagogical plans. HPE has been allotted 1 period per day per class.
Multiple kinds of pay activities, including indigenous sports, are taken up.
All school actively participates in Fit India program. The school is a no anger zone. Various kinds of fitness activities are organized. Hubs of learning. Principal needs to know the value of an interactive hub. Knows how to contribute to and share best practices. Is adept at communicating and transferring information. Able to apply the learning to other. Is able to incorporate best practices. Creates an example of successful connection. Creates a pool of resources and knowledge. Creates a viable platform for feedback. Evaluates the strengths and weaknesses of the school systems and accordingly sets the self-improvement priorities. Records and documentation as per clause no. 14.19 of CBSE affiliation bylaws. Principal must maintain all the records as follows. Correct details on school website. Chapter 9. What CBSE expects from us. 135. Admission and withdrawal register. Annual examination question papers and answer sheets of all classes will be preserved till the end of September of the next academic year, including the records related to internal assessment. Records of attendance of all pupils, especially attendance of class 9 and X, 11 and 12, wherever applicable, for the purpose of admission to the board's examinations. The entries in these registers shall be properly checked and signed by the principal or a teacher nominated by the principal. Service records of teaching and non-teaching staffs, which include appointment letters, confirmation letters, service books and other service-related correspondence. Financial documents as specified in these bylaws. Annual A returns submitted by school on OASIS and UDICE portal as per the specified dates. Any other documents required under statutory obligations. Any other documents specified by the board from time to time. Non-disclosure as per clause no. 14.20 of CBSE affiliation BYELAWS. Principal must ensure that any person or entity associated with the management or running of the school shall not disclose any information related to examination, evaluation of answer scripts, declaration of result or any other confidential, ancillary activity to any unauthorized person or agency. If you fail to prepare, be prepared to fail. Chapter 10. This chapter has been provided by the National Disaster Response Force, NDRF, Chapter 10. If you fail to prepare, be prepared to fail 137. 10.1. Creating a School Disaster Management Plan. School Disaster Management Plan is a document prepared by the schools themselves for their own school disaster management. School disaster management is the process of assessment, planning, physical protection and response capacity development designed to protect students and the staff from physical harm, minimize disruption and ensure the continuity of education for all children, develop and maintain a culture of safety. 10.1.1. School should have the following: 4 disaster management maps, 4 safety signage, 4 disaster preparedness activity calendar, 4 disaster management committee DMC, 4 teams on disaster management, 4 training of teachers and staffs, 4 training of students, 4 annual mock drill calendar, 4 evacuation plan, 4 disaster management kits, 4 first aid kits in school, 4 display of evacuation map, 4 fire NOC, 4 safety audits, 4 display of emergency numbers, 4 fire extinguishers, 4 training on use of fire extinguishers, 4 public address system, 4 alarm, Hooter 138 in pursuit of excellence, a handbook for principals. 10.2. School disaster management teams, committees. Name of the team, committee number. Of students' roles. School disaster management committee. 4 students, disaster awareness group student leader, disaster response group student leader, head boy and head girl. 4 carrying out the mock drill twice a year. 4 look into the structural safety requirements of the school for various hazards, earthquake, fire, floods, cyclone, etc. 4 identify separate shelter places for the school children and also for outsiders. Warning and information dissemination team. 4 to 6 students would know how to operate a VHF set. 4 monitoring and taking regular updates from TV, radio, internet on the potential hazard that school can face, e.g. weather updates in case of floods, landslide, cyclones, etc. 4 inform the school authorities of any impending hazardous situation. 4 post warning signs, flags of appropriate color for different warning levels at prominent and designated places in the school. 4 disseminate the information to all the classrooms and teachers. 4 coordinate with the other teams and inform them about the latest weather, warning situation. 4 duck, cover and hold at first sign of earthquake. Hold on to furniture legs if furniture moves. If outside, move away from buildings. 4 cross-check the warning received from various sources. Chapter 10. If you fail to prepare, be prepared to fail 139. 10.2.1. Members. 4 computer teacher, or a teacher who is familiar with computers and surfing the internet. 4 electronics teacher, 4 geography teacher, 4 1 to 2 parents, preferably working in technical department, police, etc. 10.2.2 Before and during the disaster. 4 Warning the school in case of an emergency by either ringing a bell, siren or on the public address system or through a messenger, whatever is available in the school. 4 Reporting to the school disaster management committee about the disaster in the school building. 4 Reporting to the government emergency response departments, fire, SDM, police etc. 4 In case of the school being used as a shelter, inform the shelter staff about the latest updates and weather reports. 10.2.2.1 After disaster. 4 Continue monitoring the various information sources. 4 Keep reporting on the situation of the disaster to all concerned teams and coordinate with them. 4 Disseminate safety tips in coordination with the awareness generation team. 4 Work with the incident management team from the district administration in preparing updates. 10.3 Creating a disaster response group. 10.3.1 Evacuation team members. 4 All class teachers. 4 class monitors and hall monitors. 4 prefects. 10.3.1.1 Before a disaster. 4 Check the exits. 4 Identify the open areas to assemble after evacuation in an emergency. 4 Make sure there are no hazards present while evacuating to the designated area. 4 Make sure that necessary supplies are accessible. 4 Be prepared for special equipment needs for mobility impaired students. 10.3.1.2 During a disaster. 4 Duck, cover and hold at first sign of earthquake. Hold on to furniture legs if furniture moves. If outside, move away from buildings. 4 Evacuate in an orderly fashion as practiced in the drills. 10.3.1.3 After a disaster. 4 Ensure that the emergency assembly area is accessible and safe. 4 Determine if any additional assistance is required for evacuation. 4 Take roll call and report group status to the administrator, Emergency Operations Center. 140 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 10.4 Search and Rescue Team. 10.4.1 Members. 4 Sports teachers. 4 NCC, NSS, Scouts and Guides instructors. 4 Civil Defense trainer. 4 Fire Service representative. 4 1 to 2 parents, preferably from the armed, paramilitary forces, police, fire services, civil defense. 4 Able-bodied students. 10.4.2 Before a disaster. 4 Make sure needed supplies are on site. 4 Make sure team members stay current, attuned with their training. 4 Regular training to team members on carrying out rescue of surface victim, S. 4 Proficiency in first aid. 4 Any special response technique for special needs students must be tested during drills. 10.4.3 During a disaster. 4 Duck, cover and hold at first sign of earthquake. Hold on to furniture legs if furniture moves. If outside, move away from buildings. 4 Start rescue and search operations in case of another disaster. 10.4.4 After a disaster. 4 Check, visually, vocally, physically, every room in the building. 4 Report about location of injured to first aid team. 4 Look for structural problems, significant structural damage. 10.5 First aid team. 10.5.1 Members. 4 School doctor. 4 School nurse. 4 Red Cross volunteers. 4 civil defense volunteers. 4 1 to 2 parents, preferably from the medical, paramedical profession. 4 students interested in health issues. 10.5.2 Before a disaster. 4 Make sure that first aid supplies are up to date and always complete. 4 Keep emergency cards and health cards up to date. 4 Ensure training for all new members and refresher training for existing members every year. 4 Be aware of special medical requirements of students, employees and ensure that some stock medication, maybe 1 to 2 days medicines, are kept in the school and regularly updated. 4 Participate in regular drills. 10.5.3 During a disaster. 4 Duck, cover and hold first sign of earthquake. 4 Hold on to furniture legs if furniture. Chapter 10. If you fail to prepare, be prepared to fail. 141. Moves. 4 If outside, move away from buildings and other possible hazards. 10.5.4 After a disaster. 4 Administer first aid and record all cases and treatments. 4 Determine need for further medical assistance. Coordinate requests for assistance through the administrator. 4 Assign first aid team members to accompany search and rescue teams during their search operations. 4 Help in evacuating seriously injured. 10.6 Fire Safety Team. 10.6.1 Members. 4 Teachers, 2. 4 1 to 2 parents, preferably from fire services, civil defense. 4 students, 10, teams comprising 1 teacher and 5 students each may be formed. 10.6.2 Before a disaster. 4 Make sure firefighting equipment, extinguishers, etc. is in working order and that staff has received training in its use. 4 Ensure that all non-structural earthquake hazards that can be cause of fire, i.e. chemical laboratories, cafeteria kitchens, hot water tank, are properly secured. 4 Coordinate with the SDMC in ensuring that a fire safety assessment of the school premises is conducted by the local fire department and the recommendations are implemented. 10.6.3 During a disaster. 4 Duck, cover and hold at first sign of earthquake. 4 Hold on to furniture legs if furniture moves. 4 If outside, move away from buildings. 10.6.4 After a disaster. 4 Check for and confirm existence of fire. Report location to administrator, EOC, and site security team. 4 Control fire, if possible, ensure personal safety. 4 Look for conditions that may cause a fire to develop and seek maintenance staff assistance in removal of condition. 4 In case of electrical fire, turn off the electric main switches. 10.7 Site security team. 10.7.1 Members. 4 School estate manager. 4 School security staff. 4 Local police station representative. 4 1 to 2 parents. 4 Teacher, 1. 4 Students, 5. 10.7.2 Before a disaster. 4 Work with the planning committee, the school administrator and the district. 142 In pursuit of excellence, a handbook for principals. Authorities to establish a release policy and communicate this policy to parents and staff. 4 Develop procedures for how release will be handled. 10.7.3 During a disaster. 4 Duck, cover and hold at first sign of earthquake. 4 Hold on to furniture legs if furniture moves. 4 If outside, move away from buildings. 10.7.4 After a disaster. 4 Lock all external gates and doors, and secure buildings. Note, Be sure locked doors can be opened from inside to prevent entrapment. 4. Station one team member at the main gate, front door to deal with community, parents. Have that member route fire, police, rescue and medical to area of need. 4. Keep the administrator informed of activities. Release students according to pre-arranged policy. 10.8. Bus safety team, for each bus. 10.8.1. Members. 4 teachers going in the respective buses. 4 student getting down on the last stop. 4 1 senior most student. 10.8.2. Before a disaster. 4 know the procedures when an earthquake occurs while buses with students are en route to or from school. 4 assist SDMC in providing two-way radio communications capability between buses and school administrators. 4 carry emergency cards with information on contact numbers for the school administrator and important district contact numbers, district administration, police, fire, medical, etc. 4 take first aid training. 4 develop plans to assist special needs students. 10.8.3. During a disaster. 4 pull over to the side of a road if possible in the open. Not under an overpass or bridge or alongside buildings or trees. 4 instruct the passengers to crouch down between seats and in the aisle until shaking has stopped. 4 ensure special needs students are assisted. 10.8.4. After a disaster. 4 provide first aid to injured students as needed. 4 establish communication with school EOC. 4 implement school policy for earthquake occurrence while students are en route to or from school. 10.9. Honbla Supreme Court Guidelines. 4 While hearing the Public Interest Chapter 10, if you fail to prepare, be prepared to fail. 143. Litigation, PIL. The court has issued a comprehensive time-bound plan to ensure safety of children in schools in the light of the Kumbakonam fire tragedy in Tamil Nadu in July 2004. 4 All the educational institutions to have disaster management plans in place. 4 Schools and educational institutions seeking for affiliation must have DM plans in place. 4 All new educational institutions need to adhere to building codes.
4 Retrofitting of the old buildings.
4 The Honorable Supreme Court has directed all the states and union territories to implement the safety measures prescribed by the National Building Code of India, 2005, in all government and private schools. Children cannot be compelled to receive education in an unsound and unsafe building. Court issued a comprehensive time-bound plan to ensure safety of children in schools. A. Fire safety measures in schools. B. Training of school teachers and other staffs. C. School building specifications. D. Clearances and certificates. 4 The Honorable Supreme Court of India on 13th April 2009 directed all the states and union territories to implement the safety measures prescribed by the National Building Code of India, 2005 in all government and private schools. 4 The Honorable Supreme Court, vide its order dated the 14th of August 2017 in WP. No. 483 of 2004, has directed that the school safety guidelines issued by NDMA have to be implemented in letter and spirit by all concerned authorities. Therefore, all the affiliated schools are directed to take requisite measures to implement the school safety guidelines issued by NDMA. 10.10. Directions of the Supreme Court for school bus. 4. School bus must be written on the back and front of the bus. 4. If it is a hired bus, on school duty, should be clearly indicated. 4. Bus must have a first aid box. 4. The windows of bus must be fitted with horizontal grills. 4. There must be a fire extinguisher in the bus. 4. School name and telephone no. Must be written on the bus. 4. The doors of the bus should be fitted with reliable locks. 4. To keep school bags safely, there should be a space fitted under the seats. 4. There must be an attendant from the school in the bus. 4. School cabs should be fit with speed governors with maximum speed limit of 40 km per hour. 4. The body of school cab shall be yellow color with a horizontal strip in green color of 150 mm width in the middle all around the vehicle and the words 144 in pursuit of excellence, a handbook for principals. School cab must be prominently displayed on all 4 sides of the vehicle. 4. If age of school children is below 12 years, the number of children carried shall not exceed 1.5 times the permitted seating capacity. 4. Children above 12 years shall be treated as one person. 4. The driver of a school cab must have valid license to drive LMV transport vehicles for a period of at least 4 years and dressed with a light blue shirt, light blue trousers and black shoes. He should also wear the name ID on the shirt. 4. There must be enough space provided to keep school bags inside the vehicle and the bags should not be hung outside the vehicle or placed on roof carriers. 4. The bus driver must carry a complete list of the children being ferried in the school cab, indicating the name, class, residential address, blood group and the points of stoppage, route plan, etc.
4. In case of kindergarten, if an authorized person recognized mutually by the school and parents does not come to pick the child from the halting points and such, the child shall be taken back to the school and their parents should be called.
Learn with fun. Distribute the students of a class in school disaster management teams and play an earthquake mock drill. Ask to the students to draw an evacuation plan. Play a Nukkad Natak on fire scenario. Play evacuation strategy on different situation. Draw a school bus safety guideline on flip chart. 1. Disaster Management Activity Book for School Students. Web links book %20 DM. PDF. 2. How safe is my school at web links? 3. Important, the National Disaster Response Force, NDRF, has a popular scheme called the School Safety Program, SSP, whereby it facilitates all schools and its students in disaster awareness and skills apart from conducting mock drills with students and teachers, on request from school authorities. The nearest NDRF battalion or Regional Response Center, RRC, can be contacted for this. The link to NDRF web portal is web links where further details can be found. Disclaimer: the lessons given in this chapter are not meant to be exhaustive and are meant to highlight selectively the importance of disaster awareness among students. For further help and drill, schools should contact bodies like NDRF, NIDM, NDMA. IT initiatives by CBSE. Chapter 11146 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. CBSE has taken various initiatives in IT. The details can be accessed at www.cbse.nic.in. Some of the initiatives that are important to be known by the principals for their own efficient functioning or for guiding the students are briefly described below. 1. OSAMSR 2.0 Online School Affiliation and Monitoring System. Entire system ranging from submission of application for fresh affiliation, upgradation, extension of affiliation, additional subjects, and many other types of categories to final disposal has been automated. Availability of affiliation application status on real-time basis. This is an online school affiliation management system in which the entire process ranging from registration for various categories of affiliation to the grant, rejection has been transformed in digital form without any human intervention. This has resulted in highly transparent and reliable system of affiliation. New features have been added such as various algorithm-based shortlisting, scrutiny of applications, self-assessment by schools and points-based grading based on inspection reports. 2. Satellite imagery-based decision support system for affiliation. A system that allows the schools to locate themselves on the map through online map markers. It provides accurate location of the schools as well as area of the school. 3. OECMS R-2.0 Online Exam Center Management System. This online system has been developed with a view to get real-time exam centers related information such as timing of question papers distribution, invigilators available at the time of opening of question papers, absentee, PWD, scribe, unfair means, sugar patients, feedback about the question papers, packing of answer books and dispatch and information about observers etc. 4. IFJ KKEEATW, KKACBSE Academic Repository. CBSE developed in-house in technical collaboration with NEGD, first of its kind online academic repository. At present result data of class 10 and 12 examinees of 16 years i.e. 2004 to 2019 is available online for verification by employers and higher education institutions. More than 7 crores digital academic documents such as marks sheets, Chapter 11, IT initiatives by CBSE 147. Migration certificates and pass certificates are available on this repository. Students can also download their academic documents such as marks sheets, migration certificates and pass certificates through this repository, 2004 to 2014 as per declared result and 2015 to 2019 as per updated result. The academic documents are made available through Digital Locker to each and every student. Documents are digitally signed and also carry PKI-based QR code for verification through a specially designed mobile app. Till now more than 3 crore students have downloaded their academic awards from this repository. In all approx. 300 educational institutions and employers have registered for verification of academic documents. 5. CBSE on board of Digital Locker. CBSE pioneered to be on board of Digital Locker. CBSE integrated its own academic repository, Parinam Manjusha, with Digital Locker platform. Till date nearly 2 crores Digital Locker of CBSE examinees have been opened in push mode and provision for 2.5 crores Digital Locker has been made in pull mode. Digital Locker of students are having their digitally signed marks sheets, migration certificates and pass certificates with PKI-based QR codes pushed after opening of Digital Locker. Important function this year is that all CBSE certificates are being issued with photographs of candidates and locker are opened in advance. 6. Integration of IFJ KKEEATW, KKN with A Sanad of MA. CBSE Academic Repository, IFJ. KKEEATW, KK, has been integrated with A Sanad, portal of MA for online authentication of academic records for students going abroad for higher studies or employment. 7. OASIS, R2.0, Online Affiliated School Information System. This is a portal for CBSE affiliated schools to submit online information. The information to be submitted in OASIS. Basic School Information 148 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Schools photos and video. Faculty details. Student details. Subjects offered in the school. Infrastructural details. Location details. Other vital details e.g. fee structure, salary details, details of teaching and non-teaching staff etc.
etc.
Location details. Other vital details, e.g. fee structure, salary details, location details. Other vital details, e.g. fee structure, salary details, details of teaching and non-teaching staff, etc. Additional information, UDISE information. Schools are providing information through this portal which is helping CBSE in assessing schools for their potential usage. 8. GIS mapping of CBSE affiliated schools on satellite imagery. The affiliated schools, approx. 2200, have been mapped using the latitude and longitude information extracted from geotagged photographs of schools taken through OASIS portal.
Efforts will be made to allot exam centers based on distance. 9. Exam Center Locator app to facilitate CBSE examinees. An app has been developed through which they can locate their examination centers, giving their roll no.
This app will also tell them the shortest route and time taken to reach the examination center. This way, a student can plan and execute his/her journey to the examination center so as to reach the center timely. 10. A Theory, R2.0, Online Theory Award Lists Allocation, Management and Marks Uploading System. A portal has been developed and implemented for bag allocation to CNS, evaluation monitoring, question-wise theory marks uploading system and online generation of award lists. Due to question-wise marks, there are hardly any chances of totaling errors and posting errors. Due to immediate upload of data, a lot of time is saved during data compilation and result processing. Post-examination process became hassle-free as well as secure for both the evaluation centers and CBSE. Approximately 1.7 CR marks distributed in 35 questions were uploaded. Chapter 11. IT Initiatives by CBSE 149. 11. A-Prac, R-2.0, Online Practical Examiners Allocation, Management and Marks Uploading System. A portal has been developed and implemented for management and monitoring of practical examiners and uploading of practical marks data by the schools. Due to immediate upload of data, a lot of time was saved during data compilation and result processing. Approx. 35 lakh marks were uploaded. 12. IAPX, Online Internal Assessment Marks Collection for Class 10. A portal has been developed for management and collecting of internal assessment marks data of Class 10 by the schools. Due to immediate upload of data, a lot of time was saved during data compilation and result processing. Post-examination process became hassle-free as well as secure for both the evaluation centers and CBSE. More than 1.7 CR marks were uploaded. 13. Examination Centers Live Streaming. A portal that allows live streaming of videos from CBSE exam centers to have close control on examination activities at the exam centers and to prevent any misconduct during the course of examinations. 14. CBSE on NAD. CBSE pioneered to be on board of National Academic Depository with academic documents viz. Marks sheets, pass certificates and migration certificates of approx. 1 crore students of class 10 and 12 pertaining to 2014 to 2018 exams lodged on NAD. 15. CBSE on Umang. Unified Mobile App for New Age Governance, a Government of India initiative. CBSE pioneered to be on board of Unified Mobile App for New Age Governance, Umang, with 4 mobile apps viz. School Locator, Center Locator Class 10, 12 Results G, Main, Result. 16. OVERS, Online Verification of Evaluation and Revaluation System. The entire post-result marks verification, photocopy and revaluation system has been made online except for physical evaluation by examiners. 17. School Locator App and Portal. An app and portal has been developed for locating any CBSE school based on the various parameters such as affiliation code, school code, partial name, full name. 150 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. 18. CBSE Shagun Portal. A portal has been developed for facilitating schools to upload details of various activities and/or best practices carried out in a month. Schools are supposed to enter data, information on monthly basis. 19. Know Your Aptitude, Kya, Portal. A portal has been developed for schools to administer aptitude test for the students and uploading of their score. 20. Online Exam Center Consent System, OECCS, for competitive exams. A system has been developed to obtain details and consent of institutions to act as examination centers for various competitive examinations being conducted by CBSE. 21. Online Exam Observer Consent System, OEOCS, for competitive exams. A system has been developed to obtain consents from academia to act as observers for various competitive examinations being conducted by CBSE. 22. OTAS, Online Teachers Award System. An online system has been developed for inviting applications for CBSE Teacher Awards. Based on weightage of various parameters, this system also grades the applicants automatically. 23. Digi Siksha Online Repository of Digital Contents for Class 9 to 12. Students in accordance with the prescribed syllabi. 24. OATS, Online Aptitude Test System. Online Aptitude Test System was developed and implemented. 25. Saransh Portal and App. Saransh is a data-driven decision support system to assist schools and parents in taking best decisions for their children's future. It is a tool for comprehensive self-review for schools and parents. Saransh can be used as data-driven analytical solution for tracking performance of students within schools, state, region and national level. As on today, more than 19,000 schools are on board, 7.5 crore hits on portal, more than 30,000 app downloads, which is having rating of 4.5 out of 5. Presently it is being revamped. Chapter 11. IT Initiatives by CBSE 151. 26. A CBSE Portal and Mobile App. This has collection of 110 CBSE books in electronic format, flip book format. 27. Digital Marking, On-Screen Marking of Answer Books, OSM. On-Screen Marking, OSM, was conceptualized by CBSE and introduced for digitally marking of subjective type answer scripts, 32 lakhs. The answer scripts are coded, scanned and distributed through LAN to the examiners in nodal centers and evaluation is done through the OSM software. This has resulted in highly accurate evaluation of answer scripts as each question is linked to the marking scheme. Totaling of marks and posting is done automatically. Does not allow examiners to leave any question unassessed. This has resulted in early declaration of results. 28. WAY. KID, Online Collection of Principals and Teachers Databank. A portal has been developed to collect data of teachers teaching in CBSE affiliated schools for the purpose of evaluation of answer scripts pertaining to boards exam, i.e. class 10 and 12. 29. NK equals Co FRR CBSE Scholarship Portal for application to finalization of candidates for various scholarship schemes of CBSE, Government of India. CBSE School Quality Assessment and Assurance, SQAA. Please refer to the latest circulars on www.cbse.gov. in and www.cbseacademic. NIC. In Chapter 12 CBSE School Quality Assessment and Assurance, SQAA, 153. 12.1. Introduction. CBSE has developed a framework, School Quality Assessment and Assurance, SQAA, which lays down a set of standards and best practices as paradigms for attaining the benchmark in an individual institution for the upliftment of learning outcomes in the domain of school education imparted to children. The main purpose of SQAA is enhancement of quality, recognition of excellence, promotion of accountability, and benchmarking schools across a range of descriptors or indicators of assessment. The School Quality Assurance Assessment, SQAA, is easily implementable, feasible, transparent, objective, and carries with it a measure of credibility and acceptability. Assessment of a school is intended to be a means to document the strengths and weaknesses of its educational practices and institutional effectiveness, leading them to desired objectives. This will help them to clearly visualize their unique features and make them aware of what could be improved further. It would help teachers, educational administrators, and all other stakeholders involved in school education to learn from this exercise and improve themselves. 12.2. Vision of SQAA. CBSE SQAA aspires to provide quality education to students through standardized instruments and processes of self-evaluation and external assessment benchmarks in the concept, establishment and running of effective systems within an institution in accordance with changing socio-economic and cultural contexts. 12.3. Benefits of SQAA. SQAA empowers and enables schools to self-assess their performance in different domains by providing them guidelines, tools and instruments to achieve a self-set target and goal, thus helping to move further on developmental continuum. It would reassure stakeholders such as employees, professional bodies, general public that the school aspires for continual improvement and thus will benefit the student learning outcomes. SQAA will help a school to assess how well it is doing in different areas of school functioning. Review its ongoing process of improvement of the institution. Use the feedback to plan for the future. 12.4. Eligibility for SQAA process. Each school affiliated to the board must undergo the process of SQAA and update its information online on the 8 domains once every 3 years, starting from the year 2020. 12.5. Framework of SQAA. Since quality is a complex issue in education and should be seen in a holistic manner, so CBSE School Quality Assessment and Assurance is holistic and it covers all aspects of school functioning, namely scholastic processes, co-scholastic processes, infrastructure, human resources, inclusive practices, management and governance, leadership and beneficiary satisfaction. These 8 domains carry different weightage and are further divided into subdomains which qualify the various aspects of that particular domain. 154 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. Domains of School Quality Assessment and Assurance, SQAA. 12.6. Process of School Quality Assessment and Assurance. At the introductory level, CBSE is only focusing on Phase 1 of SQAA, i.e. self-assessment for quality improvement of its affiliated schools. The process of school quality assessment and assurance involves 2 essential phases. Phase 1. Self-assessment using different instruments of SQAA. Phase 2. Validation by external peer assessor team by visiting the assessed school. Phase 1 Self-assessment, ideal state, outcome to be uploaded on CBSE portal every year by the school. Mandatory, Outcome to be uploaded on the CBSE portal once in every 3 years. Phase 2 validation by external peer assessor team. On demand by school. On random basis by the board. May be done by members of Hubs of Learning for each other. Chapter 12, CBSE School Quality Assessment and Assurance, SQAA, 155. 12.7. Self-assessment. The school conducts self-assessment using the SQAAF. The schools may make use of other SQAA instruments for self-review. This step is the most important part of the entire SQA process, both in terms of commitment of time and effort involved and on the basis of value to be derived. The process of self-assessment includes collecting data on various indicators laid down in SQAA. It should be prepared through a collaborative and participative approach and build ownership of all stakeholders towards the goal of institutional excellence. Once self-assessment is done, it is also expected of the schools that they prepare a self-improvement plan and act accordingly. The plan may be aligned to the performance indicators, standards as detailed in the SQA framework. The preparation of plan is a must in order to complete the cycle of self-assessment. Otherwise, the complete purpose of self-assessment will be defeated. Core Learning Team. School self-assessment and school improvement planning is a continuous process. It is very important the school leaders, management and principal, involve the school staff and stakeholders in these processes. The schools may set up a core learning team, school quality assessment and assurance committee, which will conduct the self-assessment of the school on the 8 domains and will also coordinate with the peer assessor team through the entire process of external evaluation. The following may be the members of this core learning team. Member representative of school management. Principal. 1 teacher from each level, primary, middle, secondary, senior. Secondary. 1 student from each level, primary, middle, secondary, senior. Secondary. 2 parent members of PTA. 1 teacher from co-curricular domain. 1 counselor, special educator, health professional. 1 representative from administration. Support and mentoring. Support and mentoring may be provided either by lead collaborators of Hubs of Learning and or by a neighborhood school that has exhibited high standards of quality assurance. CBSE will also be available for any support and assistance required in terms of organizing capacity building programs as per the need of the school. 12.8. Domains and subdomains of SQAA. All the 8 domains are further subdivided into subdomains and sub-subdomains, which qualify the various aspects of that particular domain. Each subdomain has 4 statements under which benchmarks have been developed with a weightage between 1 to 4. These benchmarking statements 156 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals, provide a clarity regarding the practices related to each sub-subdomain. Although it is expected that each school meets the best practices as depicted in these benchmarking statements, not all statements will apply to or be appropriate for each school. Each school will mark against the statement that is applicable and appropriate for the school. This will help the school to aspire for the next level. The first statement under each sub-subdomain depicts the best practices carrying a weightage of 4. In order to get a score of 4, the other 3 statements must stand true, appropriate for the school. The benchmarking statements have been given in Chapter 3 of SQAA manual available at the web links. In web_material, manuals, SQAA_final. PDF. Description of the level of the score per sub-subdomain. There are 4 levels of performance of dynamic, evolving, stable, transient, and inceptive for rating school processes. The school can refer the following criteria to know where it stands in terms of developmental stage, and formulate appropriate and achievable plans for self-improvement and enhance accountability. Score maturity level guidance. 4. Dynamic evolving demonstrates strong benchmark defined and documented processes. Governance and leadership exhibits accountability, responsibility, self-evaluation and improvement planning. 3. Stable evidences of data-based improvement processes. System is defined and documented. People are aware of their roles in the institution and practicing it. Practices are preventive and corrective in nature. 2. Transient system is in early constructive years. Practices are generally corrective in nature. 1. Inceptive system is at initial stage. Practices are individual based. Note: if none of the above are true, then no score need be given against the concerned subdomain. Chapter 12, CBSE School Quality Assessment and Assurance, SQAA, 157. Explanatory chart of domain, subdomain, subdomain 158 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. The CBSE SCA is an affirmation of quality. It is a means of demonstrating confidence in the school's purpose and performance. The goals are effectiveness, improvement, and public assurance. It will not involve ranking of schools, institutions, but rather, will establish a level of acceptable quality for all the schools affiliated with the board. It will help the schools to go through the rigorous process of self-audit and reflection, build on their strengths and work on the areas that need attention, ultimately helping them to move towards becoming hubs of excellence. The complete guidelines have been detailed out in the School Quality Assessment and Assurance Manual available at the following link. Web links manuals, SQAA_final. PDF. 12.9. Action to be taken by schools. All the schools affiliated the board have to undertake the exercise of self-assessment to review their dimensions of quality and excellence and submits its report online to CBSE. The online platform for uploading the self-assessment report by the schools will be prepared shortly by the board. Till then, the schools may upload the report on their school website by filling the School Quality Assessment and Assurance form as given in School Quality Assessment and Assurance Manual. Note to my colleagues, let's SELF assess. Principles, Self-Evaluation Framework. On various aspects. Chapter 13160 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. The Central Board of Secondary Education continuously works for bringing qualitative development in all its schools. After affiliation, the principal of a school takes the lead in entire functioning of a school. Board has also designated principals as the pedagogical leaders of a school who has the pivotal role in maintaining the academic and developmental standards in a school. CBSE believes that most of us are self-motivated, committed, positive and progressive in outlook. Nevertheless, it is recommended that the principals of CBSE-affiliated schools must also be able to undertake a process of self-evaluation to enable them to find gaps in their own learning, functioning so that they can embark on the path of self-development and need-based capacity building. For this purpose, a principal's self-evaluation framework has been developed. This framework is introspective in form, focusing towards self-improvement through truthful self-analysis. This framework will also help principals in assessing their strengths and realizing the weaknesses or areas of improvement. It has seamlessly integrated experiential learning pedagogy at the relevant places. 15 major aspects related to the daily lives of principals have been selected for this self-evaluation framework. There may be duplication in some aspects within each competency. This has been done with the specific objective that, on its own, and if read separately, each competency is complete in itself. 1. Academic matters. This aspect deals with the suggestive actions to be taken by a principal regarding general academic matters as well as for the subject she teaches. Am I aware of the learning objectives and learning outcomes of the subjects? Am I aware of the learning outcomes document brought out by NCERT for different levels? Am I aware of the curriculum documents and support material brought out by CBSE? Have I adopted or defined the learning outcomes for all the subjects and all the classes? Have I mapped the curriculum with the adopted or defined learning outcomes? Have I developed a well-structured mechanism to monitor the efficacy of the implementation of curriculum and pedagogical plans? Have I ensured adoption or use of varied assessment tools and techniques by teachers to assess the performance of the students? Assessment for learning. Chapter 13, Self-Evaluation Framework 161. Have I ensured periodic assessment of students' learning against the adopted, defined learning outcomes to keep track of their progress? Do I have the clarity of key concepts and the thematic content of the topics to be covered? Do I know and research about the latest developments in education and my subject? Am I able to implement content matter development practices? Do I have clear pedagogical plans for content analysis? Am I able to apply innovative experiments and latest development in the subject? Am I able to use the knowledge to create the course content in interesting and diverse ways? Do I create resources that ignite the love for learning? Do I create assignments that engage the students, hands-on learning? Have I understood my role as a pedagogical leader as given in the Circular No. ACAD 15-2019 dated the 9th of March 2019 given at web links Circulars, 2019-15/Circular_2019. PDF. Have I created the annual pedagogical plan and implemented it as per the CBSE guidelines and understood her role as a pedagogical leader as given in the Circular No. ACAD 15-2019 dated the 9th of March 2019 given at web links. In web_material, Circulars, 2019-15/Circular_2019. PDF. 2. Hubs of learning. This aspect deals with the awareness and contribution to hubs of learning. Do I know the value of an interactive hub? Do I know how to contribute to and share best practices in my hub? Am I adept at communicating and transferring information among the members of my hub? If I am the lead collaborator, do I build an effective learning channel among all hub members? Am I able to apply the learning to the systems in my school? Am I able to incorporate best practices? 162 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Do I create a pool of resources and knowledge for Hub's members? Have I created a viable platform for feedback from the Hub's members? Am I aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the school systems and accordingly sets the self-improvement priorities? 3. Capacity Building Programs, CBPs, and Diksha. This aspect deals with the competency to contribute in the CBPs and Diksha. Am I aware of the need for training and provide exposure? Can I impart requisite skills to the attendees? Do I keep myself updated and share knowledge base? Am I able to effectively guide and train? Do I allow my teachers to apply best practices learnt? Do I create resource centers in my school? Have I groomed resource persons and leaders and created a culture of learning and imbibing? Do I promote use of Diksha in my school? Have I contributed to Diksha? Do I ensure and implement practice of 5 questions a week program of CBSE? Am I aware of the 4 affiliation bylaw of CBSE which mandates training of teachers and heads of schools affiliated to the board? 4 Need for continuous professional development of teachers. 4 Theme of training for the year as announced by the board. Have I designated a school training nodal coordinator to 4. Assist training needs of teachers and assist principal in designing and implementing training calendar. 4. Coordinate with the concerned CBSE Center of Excellence (CO) for the actual conduct of capacity building programs. Chapter 13, Self-Evaluation Framework 163. 4. Maintain records of the programs. 4. Provide constructive feedback to the CO about the quality of the programs. Do I allocate an appropriate annual budget for the capacity building of teachers? Do I provide requisite exposure to teachers to upgrade their skills and knowledge? Do I ensure application of learned best practices by teachers in actual classroom? 4. Administrative. Principals' awareness about the administrative matters and implementation has been dealt in this aspect. Have I read all provisions of the affiliation bylaws of CBSE thoroughly and understood all my responsibilities and implications of non-compliance? Do I know the details of sections 2, 12, 10, C, 18 and 19 in particular, and all other sections in general of the RTE? Am I aware about the EWS guidelines? Am I aware of the constitution and meetings of SMC? Have I made a code of conduct for both staff and students? Do I know about the Honorable Supreme Court's guidelines for school transport? Do I know about the laws pertaining to PF, ISI? Am I aware of POCSO Act? Do I know about the procedure and requirements for various audits? Do I know about the evacuation procedure in any disaster, emergency? Do I know about the disciplinary actions as laid down by the law for both staff and students? Do I know how to maintain students' dossiers? Do I know how to maintain and update the staff's dossiers? Am I aware about the requirements and procurements of NOx, health, fire, sanitation, etc.? Building Plan 164 in Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Do I know about the important contact details and channels for communication with CBSE and local administration for official purposes? Am I conversant with skill set and attributes of a good leader? Do I know the importance of annual academic and school welfare plans? Do I allow for a seamless functioning? Do I clearly define my roles and responsibilities? Do I have checks and balances in place? Do I apply annual plans effectively? 5. School environment. This aspect refers to the creation of positive and healthy environment in school. Do I have the knowledge about what constitutes a positive learning environment? Do I know what will result in joyful learning and teaching? Am I aware of best practices globally active to create a joyful learning, teaching atmosphere? Do I promote transparency and spirit of inquiry? Have I built an atmosphere of trust? Do I create a safe, sensitive and physical working space? Do I ensure proper hygienic measures in my school? Do I ensure conducting regular health checkups of students and all staff? 6. Innovative practices. This aspect deals with the readiness to know and implement innovative practices. Am I aware of global changes and practices? Am I willing to experiment and implement novel ideas? Do I take ideas and feedback from various areas? Am I able to learn from mistakes and innovate? Can I create a vibrant and forward-looking team for enabling innovations? Can I create an atmosphere which is receptive to new practices? Chapter 13, Self-Evaluation Framework 165. 7. Promotion of values and ethics. This aspect refers to the promotion of values and ethics in daily functioning of the school. Am I aware of values integrated into learning? Do I know how to impart values? Am I able to effectively promote and incorporate right values? Does my school have a system wherein the right values are talked about and appreciated? Do I upholds right example and promotes interaction? Have I created a positive, constructive, empathetic, sensitive and adaptive pool of students? Have I created problem solvers and conflict resolvers? Have I created a heightened awareness among everyone in school about having right values? Am I aware of right work ethics and know how to promote them? Am I aware of the consequences of unethical practices? Do I create an ethical work practice environment? Am I able to set myself as a good example of right ethics before everyone in school and outside? Do I demonstrate right ethics in all dealings? Am I able to create a school which values ethics above all? 8. Learning environment. This aspect deals with the effective learning environment in school. Do I know the components which create a safe learning environment? Do I have knowledge about mental and physical well-being? Am I able to provide right infrastructure for good learning environment? Do I create safe learning spaces? Do I actively support and implement the policy of having good teachers? 166 In Pursuit of Excellence, a handbook for principals. Do I promote the spirit of inquiry? Do the school's policies create dedicated teachers and happy learners? 9. Staff welfare measure. This aspect refers to the measures for staff welfare taken by the principal. Am I aware of the needs of all staff at the school? Do I know the requirements of training by the staff? Am I aware of medical and relevant personal issues and take appropriate measures for helping them? Do I look after building self-esteem and confidence among the school employees? Do I provide avenues of growth to fulfill reasonable needs of staff? Have I enabled a comfortable working space? Do I implement schemes and policies for the welfare of staff? Do I implement policies to promote growth and development of staff? Do I take actions for building respect for the staff and create an empowered group? 10. Compliances of CBSE directions. Principals' awareness about CBSE directions are dealt in this aspect. Am I aware of the latest policies and directives by CBSE? Do I have the necessary means to comprehend and implement them? Do I know who to reach out and how? Do I continuously keep myself updated with them? Have I opened a regular communication channel with CBSE? Have I designated team to access and implement directions by CBSE? Do I have a relation of trust with CBSE? Have I created a system of trust and a feedback system? Do I work jointly and in consonance with CBSE to create and achieve common goals? Chapter 13, Self-Evaluation Framework 167. 11. Financial Management. This aspect deals with the financial management measures. Am I aware of all financial needs and limitations of my school? Do I know budget management and allocation? Am I aware of constraints and procedures? Am I able to judiciously distribute resources? Do I plan well in advance about future? Do I have a contingency plan in place? Do I put welfare measure in the budget of school? Do I create enough pool of funds to look after school needs? Do I create resources to support ideas and needs? 12. Stakeholders' satisfaction. This aspect takes care of the skill set required for stakeholders' satisfaction. Do I know about the needs of all stakeholders? Do I know about the rights of management, parents, staff and students? Do I know about the importance of keeping stakeholders engaged? Do I work in close consonance with them? Do I take them into confidence while taking a major policy decision and school development measure? Are all my stakeholders happy and satisfied? Have I created channels of two-way communication with all stakeholders? Do I have transparent working system? 168 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals. 13. Disaster Management, Safety, Security, Child Rights. This aspect deals with the awareness about appropriate disaster management, safety, security and child rights measures. Do I keep myself updated about the global scenario regarding health matters? Have I created and made a school disaster management committee and plan in my school? Are regular disaster management drills done in my school? Am I in touch with the local SDMA for imparting training for disaster management? Do I keep all necessary safety and security certificates updated? Do I know the Disaster Management Act, POCSO Act, NCPCR guidelines? Do I ensure safety measures as per statutory requirements and as defined by the board from time to time? Do I ensure effective health management facilities in the school? Do I ensure provision of safe drinking water, adequate sanitation facilities and effective waste management practices in the school? 14. Inclusivity measures. This aspect deals with the awareness about measures to ensure inclusivity. Have I ensured a well-defined inclusivity policy in compliance to the RPWDACT and CBSE policy in terms of teaching, assessment practices, transport etc.? Have I ensured involving all CWSN in games, activities, annual days and all other school events? Do I ensure appropriate infrastructural requirements for CWSN as given in the clause No. 4.7.3 of CBSE Affiliation Bylaws? 15. Promotion of 21st century skills. This aspect deals with the awareness about 21st century skills and activities to promote such skills. Am I aware of all 21st century skills? Have I ensured that all my staff is aware of 21st century skills? Is my staff digitally literate? Chapter 13, Self-Evaluation Framework 169. Now that all of you have gone through my memoirs, I sincerely hope that you are carrying back with you many things valuable for your functioning. I shall keep on updating them. P.S. Just a last thought. Is entire school record computerized? Am I aware of and use all apps by CBSE like Shikshawani, Asar, ECL etc.? Do I promote participation in activities for developing 21st century skills? 170 In Pursuit of Excellence, a Handbook for Principals.